Rise and shine. Rise and shine today. Somebody's texting me and blowing me up. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. What's up? Good morning, guys. How you doing? Welcome. Bienvenido. A bunch of like 3 people texting me. Still going. What's up, man? Good morning. So we're gonna be doing the trial today. Okay. Whoa. Good morning, Rise and Shine. Let me say good morning to you guys. The body cam still hasn't come out. There is some still shots of the body cam. They're supposed to be releasing it. Hoping today is more interesting. You know, I was talking to a friend yesterday about this, and she was telling me like sometimes the start of the trial is a bit rough or slow because hoax. So you hurt some feelings watching Project Veritas last night. Yo, that video was crazy. I knew I had to give a disclaimer before even playing that. If you're easily offended, don't even watch. Just leave. Good morning, man. So I'm sipping right now. I'm on some Zen shit. I don't know what's up with this big ass pimple here. God help me. But I'm gonna look at this shit. Look at what I'm sipping. Look at what I'm. I mean, I spilled this on the keyboard though. Look at what I'm. Let me maybe the big screen. Look at what I'm saying. What the hell is that, iCkEdMeL? Grass. No, it's bone broth. Bone broth. I put cilantro, some onions in there, cayenne, un poquito de adobo, and I got. Hey, Jesus Christ, me stripping over here. And I got some, I got this egg wrap, this chicken egg wrap here. Hopefully the bone broth will carry me through the day. Sweat pimple. Is that what it is, sweat pimple? Yeah, I was at the gym this morning. Bone broth. No, and I'm going to check on Twitch here in a second too. I went to the gym. I didn't sleep too well last night again. I slept like 6 hours. I really need to get like 7 to 8 hours of sleep. I was up till like 1 something in the morning. I think maybe 1. There's Twitch. And I woke up this morning. I felt tired and heavy as hell. I don't know if it's because I'm taking like this. The last 2 nights I took this kind of sleeping supplement. But I notice in the morning I just wake up feeling really, really heavy, more than normal. And I don't know. I think I'm going to stop taking it. A food fetish. How much I'm benching? I haven't tried to max out. I just put 1 cat in each side. And I do sets of 10. I can usually do like 2 or 3 sets of 10. I haven't tried like to max out in a really long time, like in years. I should try though. Back when I was in high school, I remember one time I did 2 caddies on each side. I try like Lily. I try to go for more reps, but yeah, that stuff that I took, it has melatonin in it. There's melatonin in that stuff, and I kind of, I don't know, man. Something I'm gonna get you the ingredients. Let's see. It says test reinforce. And it has tribulus, oat straw, stern, leaf extract, dim, which is really good. That's the dim is from comes from broccoli, but this is like a higher amount. Helps regulate, I think, like the hormones, estrogen. But I guess for sleeping, it has passion flower, chamomile, which is fine, white button mushroom, L-theanine. Oh, it has 5-HTP. There's no melatonin. Oh, there is melatonin in here. There's 3 milligrams of melatonin. And they have GABA, which I actually really like GABA for sleeping. But melatonin, I'm kind of iffy about that. And then they have 5-HTP, which sometimes is good. Sometimes I don't really want to take it. I don't think I'm going to take this at night anymore. Rise and shine. Early morning, man. Early morning. It's Friday. Yeah, I had some dreams that I don't even remember what it was, but melatonin does make me have crazy dreams too. The broccoli, the thing is, you'd have to eat a whole bunch of broccoli to get the amount that you get in one capsule, like a pounds of the shit. I do love broccoli though. You take 5-HTP. Oh well, 5-HTP does that too. That's true. Hey, you. Good morning. I'm gonna start pulling up some of the websites too, so I can tell you the names of the guests, or I guess the witnesses coming up. I guess they're gonna bring that cop back on. I hope they're done with him. The one that was on yesterday. Moskowitz, what's up? BL, Leo, Oaks. Why are you having oatmeal with what was it? The bathroom stuff, whatever it is. Is it to cleanse your body, or is it just because you have a hard time? I have friends that have like a hard time going. They take that. That ZQL stuff, I can't mess with that no more, man. Just too heavy. It's like you're drugged. Miralax. Hey, why you take Miralax? I used to have to give that to Maddie. They have the one for kids, which I think is the same thing, just you give less. But 5 milligrams of melatonin makes your heart race. Yeah, yeah, I can't. I think that's what's making me not sleep so well. Maybe it's the melatonin, probably. Uh, I I, I really want to take probiotics. I was talking to a doctor about that. And he was saying how good it is, and I have some in the fridge. I just never take it. I think you're supposed to take it like first thing in the morning, and you got to make sure they're fresh, like or not expired. I guess. My morning drink of choice is ginger and lemon tea. That's nice. Oh, the fiber drink. I used to. So when I was on keto, I used to take the fiber stuff. I used to take it came with the grains, and the only thing is you have to mix it up really good, or else the drink is really thick. But that stuff helped me out a lot because that's one of the things on keto. Some people don't consume enough fiber; it can be problematic. And some people don't consume enough greens too. They think, okay, I'm just going to eat a bunch of fat and a bunch of like fatty foods and not eat any vegetables. Greasy, thank you so much for the super chat. It says for lunch fun. Thank you for covering this case. I got my bucket of iced coffee ready and still trying to finish yesterday's episode. 8 hours. Sheesh. Yeah. I don't know if I could timestamp them or something. Maybe I could timestamp them. I don't know. And somebody sent something earlier in the chat. For some reason, it disappeared. Let me pull up the YouTube studio so I can see it. Morning. Oh, and I found there's some interesting audio too that I figure we could listen. Another Jailhouse call, where Alex is talking to his son, Buster. No, Dad. Sure, Dad. I'm ready for a new car, Dad. There's some interesting stuff going on too. Have you guys heard about those? I think it's like 5 cops that beat this guy to death recently. Ben Crump is representing them, but the cops are all black. It's interesting because he's always representing like a race thing, but it's these 5 black cops that beat this black guy. They were releasing the body cam today, but it's like really, I hear it's really, really graphic. Like they beat this guy to death. Let me see here so I can catch this person that I missed. Okay, the neighborhood. Thank you so much for the super sticker earlier. For some reason, I do see it on my panel. It's just me. Okay, it's just me. Amanda, thank you for the 10-month membership. Morning, Mel. Thanks for covering this. No problem. We're gonna see what happens, man. We're gonna see what happens. I was a little on the fence yesterday. I was like, damn. But if it ends up being 4 weeks or less, it's not that bad. Okay, here's the gangster judge. Judges don't play. Mo, morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Anything before the jury comes in?
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Fernandez needs to address one housekeeping matter before we bring the jury.
Morning, Your Honor. Just per the clerk's request, I'm going to list out a couple 6 exhibits from yesterday under Captain Chapman's testimony, just clarifying for the record that they were put into evidence and without objection by the defense. That would be 189, 190, 191, 192. Those are 4 pictures that were put in under his testimony, and then 187 and 188. Those were the 2 drone videos.
And what do you want to do with them?
Clerk needed clarification on those numbers because it was unclear that those numbers were part of the record.
Okay.
Anything else before the jury comes in? You can bring the jury.
My mic? No, I'm right here. If I move away or if I talk like too low, I mean, it sounds pretty good. The levels are coming in high. Are you having issues hearing me?
All right, thank you, sir. Good morning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, continuing on, day number 5. State's case. Next witness.
May it please the court.
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Detective Laura Rutland.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is Laura Rutland, Rutland.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Nobody's watching. You are Laura Rutland.
I am.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Laura Rutland, where you're from, where you were born, where you lived, And a little bit of your background leading up to law enforcement, please, ma'am.
Good morning, everybody. I was born in Charleston, South Carolina. When I was about 6 months old, my family moved back to England, where we were originally from. Lived there until I was about 3 or 4 years old. Came back to the United States. Grew up in Somerville, South Carolina. Graduated from Somerville High School. After I graduated, I was working as a dog groomer. Met my would-be my husband. We moved to Port Royal, South Carolina. He was in the Marine Corps, stationed at Parris Island at the time. Then we moved to Bluffton. We had decided, I decided to pursue law enforcement. I've always been a true crime nerd, into mysteries and things like that. So I decided to pursue law enforcement. I graduated from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2010 and was working at the Bluffton Police Department, where I held various roles. Started on patrol, became a detective, then I was promoted to supervisor, where I supervised a patrol shift, and then eventually supervised the detective unit at Bluffton PD. My husband and I decided we wanted a lot of kids. So after I had my third baby, I decided to try my civilian job, get out of law enforcement for a little bit with a better schedule. So I briefly worked on Parris Island as a sexual assault victim advocate for the Sexual Assault Response and Prevention Program. Realized I missed law enforcement, so I wanted to get back. So, especially investigations. I first tried Beaufort Police Department, but it would take several years for them to have an opening in criminal investigations. So then I came to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, where they were seeking experienced detectives. And so I joined Colleton County Sheriff's Office in September 2020, and February 2021 I was transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division, where I currently am now. My main focus is child crimes, which means children of sexual and physical abuse. Those are the cases that I predominantly work, as well as I'm a South Carolina iCkEdMeL task force member, and what that means is it's internet crimes against children, and that's a task force that's partnership with the Attorney General's office, and we basically battle online child predators, child pornography, those types of cases. We do rotate homicides in the detective division among 9 of us.
At some point, did you work at Parris Island?
I did, yes, sir.
Tell these folks what you did there.
I was the sexual assault victim advocate for civilians on the base.
And your training in law enforcement's been what, detective?
It's been various things. It's been basic training to advanced training, you name it. I've attended several advanced trainings hosted by other law enforcement agencies, state and federal.
How many children do you have now?
We have 4.
Okay. And does your husband work?
He does.
Does he work at home?
He does. Mm-hmm.
So you started full-time with Colleton in what year?
2020.
Okay. And what was your role when you first started with Colleton County Sheriff's Department?
I started on patrol to familiarize myself with the county.
And then did you work yourself, or not work out, but you become a detective?
I did, yes.
Okay. When was that?
February 2021.
On June 7th of 2021. Well, let me ask before you get there. Where do you, not to pry, don't want the world to know, but they're going to, where do you live?
I live in Ridgeland.
Okay. Now, on June 7th of 2021, were you on call?
I was.
Okay. How far is it from Ridgeland to here?
45 minutes to an hour, depending on traffic and what part of Colleton County I'm going to.
Did you receive a call to respond to a double homicide?
I did.
Okay. And where was that? Where were you supposed to respond? Okay.
Initially to the scene, 4147 Moselle Road, but due to my long commute, it was better that I stopped at the sheriff's office first and I be the one to prepare the search warrant for the property.
And who were you coordinating with during that? I mean, who was your boss?
That's Captain Jason Chapman.
And after you'd received the call, did you confer with Captain Chapman?
I did.
Okay. And as a result of that, what did you do?
I went to the sheriff's office, prepared the search warrant. was finally able to track down a magistrate. I had to wake him up out of his bed to sign the warrant, and I was able to secure a search warrant for the property.
Okay. And for 4147 Mazzell?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after you got the search warrant?
I notified everybody over the radio that I had the search warrant signed because I wasn't sure if the SLED crime scene unit was waiting on me, and it was still going to take some time to get out there. And then I made my way to 4147 Moselle Road with the warrant.
Had you been out there before to 4147 Mazzell?
Never.
When you went out there, did you know what your role was going to be as you were going out there?
I did not.
When you got to the scene, tell us what happened.
So when I pulled up, I noticed there were several SLED agents as well as Colleton County deputies at the scene. I was basically the last one there. And I met with my supervisor, Captain Jason Chapman, and presented them with the search warrant as well as SLED. He asked me if I knew the Murdaugh family, to which I replied I did not. They then asked me if I was familiar with a boat accident that had happened in Beaufort, and my reply was, I've heard of it, but I don't know the details. So with that information, they said, okay, you're going to be assigned as the liaison with the lead SLED agent on the case, who was identified as Senior Special Agent David Owen, and that my task was going to be to assist him with anything he may need that evening at the scene and throughout the investigation.
And I think we've heard prior testimony, but the case was turned over to SLED because of a potential conflict. Is that
That's
your
correct.
understanding?
That was one of the things my captain advised me of when I arrived at the search warrant. He advised me that SLED was going to be the lead agency on the case.
And did you know Special Agent David Owens prior to that night?
I did not.
Okay. But did you get to know him and actually get to work with him some?
I did, yes, sir.
And let's start out with that job. When you first got to 4147 and you got your instructions, who were you going to work with, what were your observations? Tell these folks what you saw.
So the first thing as I approached I'm sure you've all heard of the kennels, was the overwhelming smell and a lot of water on the ground by the kennels. And then the first body that I approached was the deceased male. He was laying face down at an angle with his feet inside the plane of the door. There was obvious trauma to the top of his head. He was covered with a sheet, but I could still see the top of his head from underneath the sheet. Obvious trauma. There was brain, blood, hair, skull matter, all within the feed room and the ceiling. There was a deceased female, approximately 30 feet across from where his body was, and she was covered as well. But I had been told that they both had gunshot wounds to their heads. And then from there, we located the 911 caller, Mr. Alec Murdaugh.
Now, did you know, everybody's referring to as Paul and Maggie, did you know Paul Murdaugh and or Maggie Murdaugh?
I did not.
Had you ever seen them before you saw them laying dead on the ground?
No.
At that point, did you walk any of the rest of the scene?
Not at that point.
Okay. Well, tell the folks what you did do after that.
We located Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, standing at the back of there was his Suburban, and then there was, I believe his brother Randy had arrived at the scene at that point, and they were standing behind Randy's truck, so they couldn't see the scene anymore. So we approached him and asked if he would speak with us. He introduced the man standing next to him as his personal attorney, Danny Henderson, and he agreed to speak with us. By this point, it had started to rain, so we utilized Agent Owen's vehicle to do the interview.
Now, before we get to that, had you made any other observations about bullet holes or shell casings prior to that?
Yes, there were shell casings in front of Maggie's head area, in front to the left on the ground. In between, there was like a gravel area in between the two buildings.
Had you seen what's been referred to as the feed room? And
Yes.
okay, what did you observe in there, if anything?
Inside the feed room, I did observe body matter that had been on the ceiling, as well as covered in items inside the feed room. There was shotgun wadding on the floor inside the feed room, as well as droplets of blood on the concrete.
Did you see any holes in the window?
Yeah, there was a window to the back of the feed room that had several holes in it.
I'm going to skip. I want to skip the statement for a second. All right. After you took the statement, we're going to get into that. Did you go back and look at the scene with either Captain Chapman, and I say the scene, the shelters, the dog kennels? Did you and/or Captain Chapman or anybody else have an opportunity to go back and look?
I did.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen, first of all, why you did that, and what were your observations, please, ma'am?
Well, it was such a large scene. I decided to canvass the outer part of the scene, and while I was doing that, keep in mind it was late at night. It was dark, so we had flashlights. So while I was doing that, I noted some what appeared to me to be fresh shoe impressions in a sandy part of the shed on the left side of the hangar, what we're describing as the hangar. In between some tractors and the wall of the shed, there was several fresh shoe impressions.
And when you say fresh shoe impression, kind of obvious, but what does that mean?
It means that they had been left fairly recently.
What did they appear to you to be?
They look like a flat sandal, flip-flop type shoe, not particularly large in size, just flat.
Were they one set of footprints or two based on your observation?
It was one set of prints that looked like it went down one direction and possibly came back.
No doubt about that in your mind?
No doubt about that.
So if you watch me now, was it like one set of prints going this way?
Yes.
And then it looked like one set of prints coming back this way?
Yes, because they did overlap each other a little bit.
And did you, and who was with you when you were looking at this?
I was by myself initially, and then I found my supervisor, Captain Chapman, and showed him what I had found.
Where were y'all walking when you were looking at the prints?
We had made the decision at that point, due to the type of incident that it was, and we didn't really know what we had yet, to follow the footprints and see if there was any other additional evidence and find out where that person may have been trying to go. So what we did is we stayed to the left side of the shoe prints, closest to the tractors, and followed the prints down. Noted that they stopped at the end of the building, turned around, and came back.
And I'm going to show you what's entered the state's 194. Is that what you're just referring to?
No.
Okay. What does this depict?
That depicts several what appear to be boot prints on as well.
Is this the same path y'all walked?
Yes.
Okay. And let me show you. State's 195, do you recognize this?
Yeah, those are the flat, just the flat ones impressions.
Late.
Promise you I can't. Can we start now, Mike? Please.
Lee said Alex needs to pace himself. Crying. He's going to be dehydrated by the end of this. Morning. If you guys could hit like too, I'd appreciate that. Helps out in the algorithm. Truth and Transparency, thank you for the super chat. Says, cheers to Mel and the mods. Have the best weekend. I'll be popping in and out. Mel, your daughter is a rock star. Keep rocking dad life. Thank you so much. Amazing. They're having a pajama party at school today. So she had to go to school in PJs. I was really excited about that.
Let me show you what's marked States 22. Do you recognize this, and does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, States 22 without objection.
Submit it.
I'll get you next, Doc. Doc.
Are we on?
Buster
Let me
can.
go back to what's just been entered as States 22.
Might be able to do that, actually. Might be able to get that request. Buster can. Hey,
You
Buster.
said you recognize that. What is that, Detective?
That's in front of the hangar, the building. So Maggie would be to the right, and the shoe impressions I'm referring to would be on the left.
And getting a little closer view on States 194.
Yes, that's the
Closer
left
view
side
on
of the hanger.
Can you show in this picture the prints you were talking about, the footprints?
Yes.
Can you come down here with the judge's permission?
Yeah.
Sure, please.
Buster, yeah.
These flat ones. It's hard to see, there's a big flare.
Okay, and let me put in states 195 too, Detective.
Yeah, these flat impressions, these flat ones. Can you all see?
Were those the foot impressions you saw that night? The flat ones?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other foot impressions beside the flat ones that you saw?
No,
Okay. On evening of June 7th, early morning of June 8th of 2021?
that's correct.
You're positive?
Positive.
I think that's all. And again, when you and the captain walked, how far were you from the sandals?
A foot to the left?
Don't take this any bad way, but could some of those other prints be yours or the captain's, or you don't
It's
know?
possible.
Okay. Now, you were and I'm going to do this without putting it up. This is one of those pictures that we've uncovered, but I'm going to show you states 7. You're a lady.
Yes, sir.
You know what women's shoes look like?
Yes, sir.
Did you go and look at Maggie's shoes she was wearing?
I did,
Okay. Why'd you do that?
to see if they matched the flat impressions I had seen.
And were they similar to you?
Very similar. Yes.
And states 200. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And what are those?
Those are the sandals Miss Murdaugh had on.
And did they appear to be similar to the footprints you saw?
Yes, very.
Now, did Mr. Harpootlian or one of their investigators contact you about these footprints?
He did
When was that?
a few weeks ago.
And did they send you a picture of them?
They did.
Okay, was it the pictures we just put up?
It was.
And did you tell them that, well, what'd you tell them when they sent you that?
That those were not my impressions.
That those weren't your impressions? The
Correct.
others? Voluntarily talked to them?
I did.
Sent you a picture of the shoes?
Yep.
You told them those weren't mine?
Correct.
Yeah, he did lose a lot of weight. Happy. We're gonna talk about that in a little break. There's a Jailhouse call where he talks about
Let's get back to, I think you said the defendant,
Losing a
Richard
bunch of weight.
Alexander Murdaugh, the defendant had said, introduced you to who before you started the interview?
Danny Henderson said he was his personal attorney.
His personal attorney.
Yes,
Did he want his attorney in the car with you?
he did.
And I believe you said it was raining?
Yes, sir.
So what did y'all do to get out of the elements?
We sat inside Agent Owens with SLED inside his vehicle.
And please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury specifically where everybody was sitting.
Agent Owen was in the driver's seat. Alec Murdaugh was in the front passenger seat. I sat directly behind him, and then Mr. Henderson sat to my left.
Please listen to me. First time, was that the first time you met Alex Murdaugh?
It was.
Did he appear to you to be under the influence of alcohol, drugs, or any other intoxicant when you saw him?
He did not.
Did he appear to you to understand your questions and Special Agent David Owens' questions when y'all were talking to him?
He did.
Were his answers to either you or Agent Owens timely?
Yes.
Were they subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any trouble understanding the defendant when you were talking to him?
I did not.
Did he appear to have any trouble understanding you and responding to your questions?
He did not. He may have asked twice to repeat a question, but he was understanding what was being discussed.
I'm going to show you what's marked States 153. At my request, did you review this yesterday?
I did.
And does this States 153 accurately reflect the interview you, Agent Owens, had with the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, 153, I believe without objection. No objection.
It's admitted.
And with this Honor's permission and with the help of someone, we'd ask to respectfully publish.
Travel blogger is dating 23-year-old woman who looks like an 8-year-old girl and is being labeled a creep. Bruh. I guess she's just short, I guess, right? Travel blogger. Maybe she's like a short person, little person.
Takes a little bit for the sound comes up. It does. While we're waiting for the sound, is that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
It is.
Is that you back in the back?
That is me.
Who was that?
That is Special Agent Owen.
Who was that?
Danny Henderson.
Damn. True, hoax. True. On in.
All right, sir. All right, Mr. Murdaugh, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so that it's correct.
Murdaugh.
And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And your phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
Let's go.
And sir, what was your name? All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm from Rutland with College County. I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah.
I totally
Yeah.
understand.
Yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. And I could see his brain almost. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911, pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there was some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not good. No, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie's a dog lover. And she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul's gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old was Paul?
22.
You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
What's Maggie's full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
Her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers, people breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff, but when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, so I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot, so, you know, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or a group of people
I don't know.
that you could think of?
It's not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time. He gets
Recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
Oh.
What kind of, I mean,
I'm gonna kick your ass, you know. I've never been privy firsthand, you know.
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what, you know, what goes out, like somewhere. He's in college, so he goes out, is what I understand. I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Columbia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Columbia.
you said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving. Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin? Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people that, he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner. That's very, you know, he's just a good, healthy young man. You mind if I open the door real quick?
Go right ahead. Do what you need to do. So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head. You know? I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys. And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, you know, is probably the person, but that's just so freaking.
Yeah, that's kind of a far-fetched
It's
story.
weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rudd.
R-O-W-E?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow. see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers and stuff. You know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
where does he live?
Black guys.
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Brunson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please.
I do. You know, but I do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird. All right. CD.
Right there. I'm glad.
Yeah, I know. He called me, so I'll do that.
Okay. 843-540-9335. You did that phone charge. Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your light for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did you tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all gotta check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it that he sent, I'll find it, I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it. But for all this weirdness, I mean, I do think they they got along pretty good.
How long have you been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently. And most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know. There was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know. It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he's charged, so, he would, Paul's a real tough man's man. He would
defend himself, but he hadn't been.
That's right. But
How was he handling these
as far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when the deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I mean, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
Told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we can compare if that shotgun was out here, now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns,
Yeah. Shotguns, rifles.
pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it across the board, we have them.
Okay.
I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
So this is the dad talking right now with SLED, Alec?
Their schedule today.
He sounds so different to me.
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home
yeah, it
to
is.
deal with sunflowers. He got here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while, probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston, and she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Or
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Barney.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Handyman,
Yes, sir.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially two of them out to run.
Okay. So she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regular. Comes out here a lot.
Do you know any cameras on the property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and
Okay.
But there's none that, you know, are near here.
Okay.
What doctor appointment? What doctor did Maggie see you today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I can't. I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
Anthony Bourdain.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. Laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
And what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
I texted her at 9:08, going to check on him, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47, that must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45, and then I tried Paul. And then, no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. Three. I mean, my calls were right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when at 10:06,
Yes, sir. Anybody else want some gum?
You want any water, do that? I don't need it.
If you, behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right here.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're gonna have much more questions.
I'm available to act. You know, you let me know.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phone.
All right, Miss Randy's.
Hey, Randy's is 803-943-8881.
And John's.
John Martin's 843-321-5508.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or?
Savannah County, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. He's doing okay, given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
Now Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they were going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
Do you have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's what you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Oh.
Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he was.
Just like you, so you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No matter.
Okay. Did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well.
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
Oh.
I try to turn him, and then I check, and then I think I already did, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house,
Okay.
and then I came from the house
This way?
straight here. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably,
Is where it was, okay.
well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
when I came back.
I can't think of anything else right now, but, we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that? Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out there where I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Buster, getting here?
Yes, sir.
I
I brought my card.
Did he say Buffalo?
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there. But we'll come to you before we leave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Yes, please, thank you.
Yep.
Oh.
What time was that interview?
I think it was 1 a.m.
Would you dispute 1257?
No, that sounds correct.
Would you describe that as an aggressive interview?
No.
As a part of your investigating procedure, had you listened to the 911 tape prior to this?
We did.
And you say we, who's we?
Myself and Special Agent Owen.
Did you have, can everybody hear? Speak in the mic, please. Speak in the mic, please, ma'am. Did you have that 911 knowledge in your mind when you were listening to this? Had you
I
already
did.
heard it?
Yes.
And on the 911 tape, how long had Alec Murdaugh told the 911 operator it had been since he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
He's estimated 1.5 to 2 hours.
To 2 hours. 1.5 to 2 hours. And on this tape, your interview, what had he said about seeing Maggie? When was the last time he'd seen Maggie Murdaugh?
That she about 2 hours.
Did he say he took a nap?
He took a nap
Did he say where he went after that?
to check on his mother with Alzheimer's in Hampton.
Okay. Did you find that unusual?
I did.
Why?
Just the time of night.
Why?
With her being an Alzheimer's patient, they tend to be worse at night, so I seemed it was strange to go visit.
What time was the 911 call?
It was 10.
Can you speak louder, please?
I'm sorry. I'd have to check my notes.
We'll put a check with it, I'm sorry.
Okay. It was 10. $10:06.
And this interview was 12:57?
Yes, that's correct.
In your interview, in Agent Owen's interview, did the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, tell you he tried to turn Paul over?
He did.
And did he say whether or not he had tried to check Paul's pulse and or Maggie's pulse?
He stated he tried to check both.
What did Mr. Murdaugh, the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, say about the phone, if anything, that was in Paul's possession?
He stated his phone popped out of his pocket
When
he tried to check his pulse.
Did he try to turn him over?
That's what he said.
There's a scene in here where Alexander Murdaugh is looking at his phone. Do you remember that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Can you actually see the phone in there and the times and the messages on the video that he's looking at?
You can on the bottom left of the screen.
And what was that in response to that he was looking at that?
When I asked what time, he texted Maggie.
So you saw those on his phone, looking at those when y'all were talking to him in the car?
I couldn't see from where I was sitting, but reviewing the video, I could see it.
Reviewing the video, do you see it?
Yes.
I've got a transcript here, but at the end of the video, toward the end of the interview, did Mr. Murdaugh say again he tried to turn over his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
That he tried to check him?
That's what he said.
And I know I asked you at the first, but I may not have done it too eloquently. Did he first tell you he tried to turn him over?
Yes, he did.
And I figured it out?
Yes,
And his cell phone popped out of his pocket?
that's correct.
And everybody heard it, but then something with it thinking maybe, then I put it back down really quickly, then I went, and you can't really understand the rest of it.
Yes.
What did you think about the phone popping out?
That would seem.
The objection sustained.
Have you ever moved dead weight?
I have.
If we could start the Elmo, please.
Ooh, that's interesting. Needs that one.
These are a couple of these pictures that I think they have this on top of it, just to warn everybody, these are graphic photos. First is number 2. Who's this a picture of?
That's Maggie Murdaugh.
And the defendant say he checked her pulse?
He did.
Did he tell you where?
He did not.
And before I get to it, the defendant ever tell you he'd been down to the kennels that night in this interview?
No.
After his nap, where did he say he went?
Went to check on his mother in Hampton.
Just again, if you keep your computers covered, please. Defense 1. With the court's permission, I'd like for the detective come down, please, Judge.
Yes.
Detective, I'm gonna get what you won't block and I won't block it. Did you see? I'm gonna get back over here. Did the defendant tell you he tried to get the pulse of his son, Paul Murdaugh?
He did.
Did he tell you where he tried to get the pulse?
He did not, just that he tried to turn him.
Say that last
He
time.
tried to turn him.
And he told you he tried to turn him more than once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Judge and lady, Your Honor.
How many times did he tell you he tried to turn him?
Twice.
I think you've testified you tried to lift dead weight, right?
I have.
Can you describe what's around Paul Murdaugh?
Blood and brain matter.
And if you were to, where's his hands?
Underneath his body.
If you were to check the pulse of his hands, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift him up and get his arms out from under him.
Underneath
Correct.
and roll it.
Correct.
By the way, where's his phone?
It's laying on the backside of his shorts.
Right there. Popped out, he said.
Yes.
Is that his brain?
That is.
As Tarputin said, blown out of his head.
Correct.
If you tried to take the pulse at the neck, how would you do it?
You would have to try to lift his shoulder to get access his neck.
This way?
Correct.
Whether you're this way or this way,
Correct.
either underneath or under the head. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that right? Is that
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, yeah, we're here yelling and shit. Take it easy. That right? Shock and awe.
When you saw Alec Murdaugh, when you first came up to him,
Is she gonna sit down?
Get the brain picture, brain matter.
well, I made sure something again. Judge, I apologize. I see you. Just go back and sit down.
Thank you.
Go to plan B. Get the brain.
When you first saw Alec Murdaugh,
Damn, that's serious. Damn, look at him. He's all up in her face.
did you observe him?
I did.
Why?
Just to make mental notes of what he was wearing and how he looked.
What were your mental notes?
That he was clean.
Say that again.
That he was clean.
When you were in the car with him, you were behind him.
I was.
Did you observe his hands?
I did.
Did you see his arms?
I did.
And when you were out on the side of the road beforehand, did you see his shirt,
I did.
his pants,
Yes.
his shoes?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the scene, when you first got there, did you see any footprints in the blood?
No.
Did you see any knee prints in the blood?
No.
Anywhere around the body?
No.
Did you look at his shoes?
I did.
What kind of shoe? Alex Murdaugh's shoes. What kind of shoes were they?
They were like an athletic tennis shoe.
Did you see anything that appeared to be blood on his shoe?
I did not.
I want you to look at the ladies and gentlemen of this jury. Did you see what appeared to be blood on Alex Murdaugh's hands?
I did not.
On his arm?
No.
On his shirt?
None.
On his shorts?
No.
On his shoes?
I did not.
How long was this after the 911 call?
2 hours, 2 to 3 hours.
All this fresh in his mind?
Yes.
How would you describe the defendant's hands when you saw him when you were interviewing him? How would you describe his hands?
They were clean. Clean.
How would you describe his arms?
They were clean.
How would you describe his t-shirt?
Clean.
How would you describe his shorts?
Clean.
How would you describe his shoes?
They were clean.
Yeah. That boy, he's trying to scare her, I guess, because she said she was nervous, so he's trying to, like, shake her up and shit. Look, they said in church. They're over here in church. That's how they do in South Carolina. They just do it in a church. That boy got shocking. Oh, pulling out the brain and everything. So right now, because I got up and walked away, is this the prosecution or the defense right now?
Was his phone taken that night, Alex?
I feel like it's the defense.
I believe so.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, no, sir.
So it may not have been taken.
Yeah.
Now, you were working with, hey, don't stand up. Miss David Owens, you were working with the SLED?
Yes.
When you, after this interview, did you go to the actual house at 4147 now?
I did.
Did you go inside?
Just in the foyer, yes.
Okay. Did Agent Owens go inside?
He did.
Okay. Were the defendant's shirt, shoes, and pants collected by Agent Owens?
Yes.
You didn't collect them, he did?
I did not.
Okay. And those are the same shirt, shoes, and pants he was wearing there?
Correct.
And SLED got them that night?
Yes.
Okay. After this, did you assist SLED in some things that came up in the investigation?
I did.
Okay. And I don't believe this will be objected to, but did you assist them with getting Maggie's car?
I did.
Okay. Some other cell phone evidence?
Search warrants.
Were there a search of some of the areas that you attended?
Yes.
In and around?
Yeah.
Moselle?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Search of ponds?
Yes.
Okay. So you assisted SLED at some point throughout this investigation?
Yeah, anytime they needed anything from the sheriff's office, Agent Owen could go through me or my captain, whether it was storing a vehicle as evidence or using our evidence bay to process anything. I was there to assist in any way that they needed.
And did you assist, I guess, in the helping with Alex Murdaugh's car as far as getting anything out of that car?
No, SLED processed that.
Okay. Now, if you just listen to my questions, I'm not going to lead you, I just want to ask you one final question. Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice? is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom.
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Doesn't this like help his case? I don't
Ladies and
understand.
gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
I thought maybe they switched or something when I got up for a minute, because this guy was going so hard, and I mean, I guess he's trying to make an impression, like some people in the chat are saying. But I feel like you didn't see no blood, right? No, no blood on the shirt, right? No blood on the shirt, right? I'm like, okay, isn't this helping him? I don't know. All right. Okay. Now, let me show you a picture real quick, man. Thank you guys for joining. I'm gonna be doing daily polls too, because I want to know from you guys if you want to keep this going. If you want to keep this daily streams going, you guys gotta let me know. We'll do another poll. But Diggs had sent me a picture of this guy in a shirt from police, and they still I don't know why they haven't released the body cam. It's supposed to be coming out. Supposed to be coming out today, I guess.
Leaves the courtroom. That's not an invitation for conversations.
Oh! Let's go, Judge. I want to hear him.
Until a recess takes place. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Tell him. That guy don't play. Don't compliment me. Don't tell me thank you for the rulings that I make. Don't talk when you're walking out of here. It's not an excuse to start talking. He's going hard. He don't give a shit. I told you not to talk. Nah, I got to work on this voice. It's not right. It's going to be a while before I get the voice right. Let me show you the picture. And some people are saying about his shirt, they say, no, this shirt's too clean. This shit's just like, like he put freshly Clorox, bleached, washed shirt he put on, bought from the store. I feel like I don't know, all this shit's in the way right now. Hold on a second. Let's get this out of the way. I feel like I'm just in the way of everything. New images from police body cam show footage shows Alec Murdaugh, right, wearing a clean white shirt on the night of his wife and son's murder. I said murder. Murder. That's not funny. Damn, boy, that shit's shining, bro. Damn, he put that OxyClean on that shit. I mean, maybe he was just wearing a clean shirt. Right? Maybe he was just wearing a clean shirt. So you guys try to bear with me too. I'm trying to work on trying to get better sleep, trying to get into a morning routine so we can do these daily streams. I did a poll earlier, 46 minutes ago. We got 789 votes. Alex is presumed innocent until proven guilty. So far, where are you leaning? 6% say innocent, 61% say guilty so far, and 32% say undecided. Maggie was good at laundry. Starched it. That shit clean as hell, bro. I don't have one white shirt that looks that clean. Damn. All right. Let me do a poll. So the next trial day will be Monday. Continue daily trials. And I'm gonna do my best. It's a little difficult sometimes, I gotta, stuff off YouTube that I gotta deal with, and I try to make the time between. But I'm gonna try to do little things like after the trial if I can, when I can, other content. Hopefully, it's gonna be a little tough to squeeze, but my only fear about doing daily trials, daily stream trials, is that like, what if I'm missing out on other stories that I could be covering? What if, I don't know, breaking stuff happens and we're stuck here for the 8 hours streaming? But I could always try to cover things after. I don't know. It's supposed to be 3 weeks, so hopefully it doesn't pass 3 weeks. Looking at the witness list, so Diggs has sent me this. The witness list is a lot, okay? We got a lot here. I was almost even afraid to show this shit to you. Maybe this will change your vote on the poll. We still got high polls. This is the witness list right here. Bruh. 200. Over 200 witnesses. But the thing is, they have shared witnesses. So most of the witnesses are shared. It's state witnesses or witnesses on both lists. It's either the states or they have both. And so a majority of these people, it's shared. CCSO, SLED, CCSO. It's going to be a bunch of like these cops and stuff, I guess. These organizations, the circuit. Just a 10-minute break. So, and on the lunch break, there's an interesting video we can watch. And there's also that Jailhouse call I want to play for you guys. Many people in SLED need to be interviewed. Damn. The whole SLED organization is going to be there. And hopefully some of these witnesses don't take so long. They got a lot of witnesses, so I'm thinking some of them can't be long. SLED. Pathologist. Oh. They got people from the hospital, nurses, doctors. Yeah, bringing the whole hospital staff on the floor from the floor. Defense only list. Buster Murdaugh. John Marvin Murdaugh. John Marvin Murdaugh, he's Alex's younger brother. So the father's younger brother. Okay. So we got his son, we got his younger brother, Liz Murdaugh. I don't know who that is. Who Liz Murdaugh? Somebody will tell me in the chat. Kennedy, Terry, Russell, Jay, Joseph, Scott, Charles, Lafitte, the second and the third. Okay, so far we got 300 on the poll. 91% say yes. 9% say, hell no, I'm done with this bullshit. So we still get good numbers, I guess. I think I'm going to try it and see if we get into the algorithm, if people... Because I remember when we started the Johnny Depp trial, which this is definitely not as big as Johnny Depp and it's a completely different type of case. But I remember when I first started, we really weren't getting numbers at first, believe it or not. And then over time, we started growing and getting a lot of numbers until I got that strike that really put me back down, and it was really hard to get back up. So we'll see, but I still want to mix things up. I forgot don't forget we're doing Swag It tomorrow evening, doing $1,000 giveaway. I'm kind of annoyed that like Cash App is a pain in the ass, and I'm trying to. Oh, that's Murdaugh's sister. Okay, appears to be his sister. The Cash App is giving me a hard time. Like I'm trying to send myself money, so I have the money already there, and it's not letting me. And so I don't know. I have 2 Cash App accounts, so I'll try from both. I also have PayPal. I set up a business one and a personal one, so I have options to send people the money however way they want it. And then I also have the Swag It guy as backup. So yeah, don't forget tomorrow night. It's gonna be a fun stream. I haven't even set up for it yet. Like I haven't pulled up stories yet. But if you have any funny stories, crazy stories, please no depressing stories. I don't want to be sad and depressed. We do that all the time. Email it to me, or if you're on Discord, we have a weird stories area. Put it there for me, please. And tonight or tomorrow, I'm going to start preparing for that stream. All right. All right, so we got the witness list. What else we got? Ooh. Okay. Family members. Buster, Randy, Maggie, John, Paul. I think we need something like this for the Maricela Botello case. I wonder if there's somebody that's good at making stuff like this, because I'm not. But if somebody's good at making a character list like this, I'll send you the pictures. I'll sit with you and talk with you. Maybe we can do a Maricela Botello, and I'll guide you through the connection tree, the family tree, whatever. Could probably do something like that. Okay. So let me do this. I don't know if we have time to do this. I wanted to play this Jailhouse audio. It's kind of interesting because Alec Murdaugh lost a bunch of weight while he was locked up, I guess. And I think on the lunch break we'll watch a little, somewhat of a documentary video together. Trying to get a picture. So he was like bigger. He even looked different when he was bigger. Let me show you this picture. Gotta convert it. And there was a video I was supposed to show you guys yesterday too. You know what? Let me do the video from yesterday maybe. Yeah. This is a short video. Let's do this and I'll save them. Ooh, what the hell? And I'll save this for the I'll save the other one for the break. Hello? Oh, they did? They released stuff? Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks. Maggie's flip-flops. Okay, so I guess we'll do this instead. They released Maggie's flip-flops. Thank you, Vic. And thanks, Diggs, for the call. Okay, so this is Maggie's flip-flops. And can you send me? Oh, so there's, okay, she did post a tweet. Thank you, Vic. I don't know why these links are all of a sudden are not working on Discord. I have to copy it and then paste it. So Shanley from Court TV picks evidence photos, stills of body cam of responding officer, Maggie's flip-flops. Flip-flops officers compared to shoe prints at crime scene. Ugh. We just saw that one. It's getting still images. Oh, those are the shoe prints. Okay. Mo was pointing out the hole in the ground. What's the hole in the ground right there? The holes. Asking if maybe she had a cane or something. All right, let me play, if we have time, let me just play this short video that I thought was really good. If I can fix the screen. What the hell's going on? No. I don't know what that. Let me hide this. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, and they're back. Oh well. Next time. We have plenty of time to play videos. Oh, so the point. Okay, so wait, are they playing audio? Maybe I'll wait to make this point. Oh, there's just somebody driving by.
Before the jury comes in, I want to review a few of the rules of court and rules of procedure with counsel. First, Rule 20 of the Rules of Criminal Procedure provides that there shall be no argument on objections unless requested by the court. And that's Rule 19. Rule 19? 18. I'm sorry, Rule 18. No argument on objections unless requested by the court. Rule 18, there we go. Rule 18B. Then Rule 43H of the Rules of Civil Procedure, which is applied to the Rules of Criminal Procedure through Criminal Procedure Rule 37, I believe it is. 37, yes. And that is that only one counsel for each party shall examine or cross-examine a witness. And by extension to that, the court's order, and that's Rule 611 and the procedure established in the courts of this state, the examining counsel only shall make objections. If Mr. Griffin is going to cross-examine, Mr. Griffin makes objections. Likewise, with the state's attorney general, not any and everyone can jump up and object and argue. Any questions about either of those rules?
Your Honor, I understand the rule. So, as with the witness, they were attempting to get to testify about blood in the water yesterday, I objected, and it was a speaking objection. I apologize. But when I object, will you, and sometimes invite argument, or I'm trying to preserve objections in the record, and I'm just wondering, and since he doesn't get an appeal, that's not his concern, how would you like me to handle that?
Well, the objection speaks for itself. If the parties wish to place something on the record at some point in time after a witness after the examination is over, the court will give you that opportunity. But if we have speaking objections, if one party makes an objection and proceeds to argue it through a speaking objection, I give equal time to opposing side. So we end up having a debate rather than that interrupts the trial and all of that. I certainly understand the defense's right to make a proper record, and we'll address that as is needed without there being a speaking objection.
But for instance, they've listed hearsay, in my opinion, and I object. Should I say objection hearsay or just object?
Yes, sir.
I can do that.
Yes, sir. The legal basis for the objection.
Okay.
Only.
Not a real advocacy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right. Let's bring the jury.
Good, Judge ain't playing. The whole thing with what the potential, this is just a thought. A friend of mine sent this, that if Alex would have tried to turn Paul over, he would have had blood on him, especially in a white shirt. So I think maybe that's what what they're trying to like say.
The jury is present.
Thank you. Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Your Honor.
Detective Cross, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jim Griffin.
Detective Rutland.
Jim?
Rutland.
Rutland, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
My name is Jim Griffin, and I represent Alec Murdaugh. You had testified on direct examination a moment ago that it was, you believe, somewhat unusual for Mr. Murdaugh to go visit his mother as late as 9:06 on a Monday evening. You recall testifying?
I do.
And you were sitting in the car when he was being interviewed, and you recall him saying that his father, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, had just been put in the hospital that very day,
That's correct.
and that it was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph Murdaugh was not with Ms. Libby Randolph, and she gets anxious when that occurs. You remember that?
I remember him saying
Okay.
something along those lines.
And in that context, you don't criticize a son who goes to visit his mother who has early onset dementia on the very day in the afternoon that the father is admitted to the hospital. You're not here to criticize him for that, are you?
No, I didn't criticize. I just made a mental note that that was interesting.
Okay. And you walked the crime scene when you arrived, and you made some mental notes and observations that you subsequently recorded in a report, did you not?
I did.
And one of the things that you mentally noted and then subsequently reported was that there was a tremendous amount of blood spatter in the feed room area and around where Paul was murdered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there was brain matter and organic matter all about the place where Paul was murdered, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you even described that there was matter, that blood that went up to the ceiling and to the door and spatter everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And you also told the jury that Alec was clean. And you're referring to his shirt was clean, correct?
Correct.
His shorts were clean, correct?
Correct.
You remember the litany of Mr. Metters? Shorts, shirts, shoes were clean, correct?
That's correct.
He was clean, correct?
To my visual eye, he was clean. Yes.
And to your visual eye, it did not look like he had just blown his son's head off in the confines of a feed room where splatter is everywhere. Isn't that correct?
I didn't say that.
Well, let me ask you, in your mind's eye, that night on June 7th, did he look like someone had just blown his son's head off, spatter going everywhere?
Again, I can't say that for sure. A lot of things would come into play to affect that. Distance is one of them.
Well, certainly if he appeared that way on the night of June the 7th, you, a sworn law enforcement officer, you would have initiated process to take him into custody, I suspect, wouldn't you?
No, that was not my role that evening. I was just assisting.
Well, one of the things you did that evening, Ms. Rutland, was you obtained a search warrant, did you not?
I did.
And that was your first official duty in connection with this double homicide investigation, right?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 3, Your Honor. I shared it with Mr. Metters during the break, and asked the witness to identify it. You recognize Exhibit 3?
I do. This is the search warrant I got that night.
Your Honor, we'd move Exhibit 3 into evidence this time, I believe without objection.
No objection.
It's admitted.
I have it. So tell the jury, please, Exhibit 3 is, well, first, let's just talk about a search warrant. What is a search warrant?
It grants us the right to search a certain item that may be potential evidence in a case.
And this search warrant was for what property?
4147 Moselle Road in Islandton, County of Colleton, State of South Carolina.
And it covers the whole roughly 1,700 acres of the whole property, does it not?
That is correct.
And it covers the house, the residence where you went into the foyer, right?
Correct.
It covers all the outbuildings, correct?
Correct.
And it covers, and it gives you the right to seize any type of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
I'm going to see if I can get Mr. Elmo to work. Can you turn it on, please? I've got to turn sideways. All right. Let's see if we can read that document. Is there light you can turn on here? That's much better. And can we zoom in? All right, okay. Got it, thank you. So, and this is the search warrant, right?
Yes, it is.
And it says description of premises to be searched. And here it's 4147 Moselle Road, Islandton. And then there's a PIN number. What's the PIN number?
That's a property identification number that's assigned to every parcels of real property within the county. It's set by the tax office.
It says the property to be searched are any residences, vehicles, outbuildings, kennels, or sheds, right?
That is correct.
And then it says the description of the property to search and to be seized, and that's under the description of property, right?
Correct.
And you prepared this document for the magistrate to sign.
I did.
And here says evidence that may be used or taken during the commission of a crime of homicide to include but not limited any item, tool, clothing, gloves, mask, hats, hoodies, shoes, boots, jewelry, firearms, ammunition, shell casings, gunshot residue, weapons, identification documents, any paperwork, etc. It says any evidence inside vehicles on the property, any evidence found in outbuildings or sheds, any tire, shoe impressions, any and all DNA to include but not limited to fingerprints, touch DNA, etc. Any drugs, narcotics, drugs, paraphernalia, any and all cellular phones, phone records to include incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, voice messages, etc. Then it goes on to talk about photographs and whatnot. It's all encompassing, isn't it?
It is.
And this is basically as broad of a search warrant that you draft because it's a homicide investigation and it gives you carte blanche on the property of the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
And with the search warrant, you had the authority to go in the house and look for unclean, dirty clothes, did you not?
I wasn't in that capacity that evening. I was assisting.
Well, the search warrant provided that authority to law enforcement, did it not?
It would have, yes.
And you mentioned that you got into the law enforcement business because you're CSI TV junkie of sorts. Did I understand you to say that?
No, she
Yeah,
did.
I was.
Okay,
Oh.
and you've seen CSI shows where they go and they look in the drains of showers or sinks and to see if blood residue had been recently flushed through there. That's possible, is it not?
It could be.
And that's just not on TV. I mean, that's skills that SLED's crime team has available to them, correct?
I don't know what they have available, but
Okay.
that would be a crime scene unit question.
The and actually there were the clean clothes that Alec Murdaugh was wearing that night. They were seized, were they not?
Yes.
Okay, and the clean shoes were seized, correct?
Yes.
And the clean shirt was seized, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. But that you were in the house when that happened, but you didn't collect the clothes, right?
I did not collect anything. I stood by in the foyer.
And who did the collection? Do you recall?
Special Agent Owen.
And when was he assisted by anybody?
I was just standing by. They went to a back bedroom and I was in the foyer area. It was like an open floor plan.
And And do you recall how, do you recall what Mr. Owen, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, apologize, Detective Owen, Special Agent Owen, did you observe what he collected the clothes in?
I did not.
Did he collect all the clothes and put them in one paper bag?
I don't recall.
Now, the jury heard the complete video audio of the interview with Alec Murdaugh on the evening, early morning hours of June the 8th, and yet you were asked to repeat some of the things that he said, and I want to, I mean, the tape speaks for itself. I don't want anyone to misconstrue your testimony, so I just want to ask you, are you saying that Mr. Murdaugh tried to turn his son over 2 times on that tape, or that on 2 occasions he described one incident that he tried to turn his son over?
The latter, that he explained twice, 2 different times.
So in answer to your questions, if anyone would walked away thinking that Alec Murdaugh told you that he tried to turn him over 2 times, that would just be, I mean, mistaken, and we've now clarified it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you never asked, or Special Agent Owen never asked Mr. Murdaugh how he tried to turn his son over, correct? That's what.
Correct.
And so, you see Mr. Metters crawling around on the floor down here as trying to reenact something, but that night he never was asked specifically, what did you do to try to turn your son over, correct?
That's correct. We did not ask that.
And that night he was not asked specifically how the phone popped out of his pocket while you were trying to turn him over, correct?
Correct.
And that night he was not asked specifically how far were you able to move Paul, if at all, when you tried to flip him over, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, did he really even say that I was trying to flip him over to check his pulse?
I'd have to check the transcript, but I believe he said something along those lines.
Or did he tell you where he tried to check Paul's pulse?
He did not.
So we don't know from your interview, or Special Agent Owen's interview, how he tried to turn him over, how the phone popped out, or at least how Alec describes it, because he wasn't asked, and where on Paul's body he attempted to check his pulse, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about whether there were knee prints and footprints by Paul's body, next to his body, right?
Yes, I was asked that.
And did you do such a forensic analysis or investigation to see if there were boot prints or footprints around Paul's body?
I looked with my eyes.
Okay. And were you aware that before you got there? Well, what time did you get there?
Can I check my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
You can take this down. Through Mr. Elma. I think I'm through for now.
12:22 a.m. I was on scene.
Okay, 12:22 a.m. And Paul's body and Maggie's bodies were covered up with a sheet, but still present, correct?
Correct.
So when you were looking at Paul's body, just observing whether there are footprints near him, you couldn't see right next to his body because of the sheet, could you?
The sheet was mostly on his body, not on the cement on the ground next to the body.
Was it a fitted sheet?
No, but it wasn't a queen sheet either.
Okay. Then jury has seen photos of the sheet. Were you aware that Captain Chapman and others went around Paul's body and lifted the sheet up to see if there was a gun underneath him?
Not at the time I was at the scene, no.
Well, I take it you did not observe their footprints anywhere in the area either then, right?
Not that I recall.
And you said that Alec's pants were clean. Remember saying that?
I remember saying that.
What color pants did he have on?
Khaki.
All right. And are you aware of any forensic testing that had been done to the pants to see whether there was blood on the pants
That night?
subsequently?
No, there was nothing done that night forensically.
That night, nothing was done forensically.
Not before I interviewed him, no.
Right. And you just did not observe any blood on his pants or in his pocket?
No, just simply speaking with him like this, looking him up and down, I did not see any blood on him.
And he didn't look like someone who had just been within feet of blowing Paul's head off, right?
Oh.
Again, I can't say that. There's so many different factors that you would have to take into account.
Now, you did a lot more, I believe, that night. After you left, well, let's go back. When you got to the scene, you partnered up with Agent Owen, correct?
That is correct.
And you saw inside the shed, and you observed there was wadding on the floor near his feet, Paul's feet.
Correct.
And when you say wadding, what are you talking about?
The internal components of a shotgun shell.
And then you saw in the rear window of the shed, there were several holes, right?
That is correct.
And you described in your report that you saw large amounts of blood spatter and brain skull matter were on the door to the shed and the items within the storage building. You saw all that, right?
That's correct.
And then you went and examined Maggie's body, did you not?
I wouldn't say examined. I would just say I looked at her.
And well, one of the things that you noticed when you were looking at Maggie's body, I believe you said you noticed there are a few clumps of her hair and a broken earring were located near a UTV tire, right?
That is correct.
And what's UTV tire?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by UTV?
All-terrain vehicle. It's like a four-wheeler, side-by-side.
Okay. And and you talked about these foot impressions that you observed, right?
I did.
And I said I was done with Mr. Elmo, but I'm not. Can we put these back up, please? Can you turn on Elmo? It's on. Oh, there it is. How do you zoom in, Doug? Let's just change the color. Make it light. Okay. All right. I think that's good. Okay, hang on. May not be a good one. That's okay. Thanks. You mentioned that you told investigators that worked for me and Mr. Harpootlian that the boot prints were not yours in these photos, right?
That is correct.
But now you told the jury that the boot prints are yours.
That's incorrect. Those are not my boot prints.
Okay. Whose boot prints are they?
I don't know.
Oh, so okay.
Oh,
That's why I get to do this. So,
Objection to his comments.
damn it! I missed a couple of seconds. I wanted to see that.
Those questions.
so you don't know whose boot prints those are.
No.
All right. Now, one thing about this search warrant that I asked you about earlier, it was, do you have it up there?
I couldn't remember if I gave it back to you or
I
not.
don't think you did.
Okay.
That's okay. It was never executed, was it?
Oh. I handed this off to SLED agents once I was at the scene. Thank you.
You said you handed the search warrant off to SLED agents.
I did.
Okay. But to your knowledge, was it ever executed?
Yes, it was.
Or you think it was executed?
It was.
And why do you say that?
Because the SLED crime scene unit, I was present while they were processing the scene and executing the search warrant.
And so there are two ways that law enforcement can get access to property. One is through a search warrant and one's by consent. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that Mr. Murdaugh gave SLED, Colleton County, any law enforcement, FBI, carte blanche consent to search his property?
That wasn't relayed to me. I was tasked with getting a search warrant, so I did.
Okay, and once a search warrant is executed, a return is filed with the magistrate who issued it, right?
That's correct.
And you never filed a return on that search warrant, right?
Do you have, like I said, it was given to SLED, so.
So we'll find out more about that. But to your knowledge, I mean, you didn't file a return, that's all you can say, right?
I don't recall. I have to check my notes.
You heard on the tape, you heard Mr. Murdaugh say, you can do anything, look for anything. Do you remember him just giving consent to whatever you need?
As far as speaking with him, yes, I remember him saying that.
Okay. And you walked back through the crime scene one last time before you cleared the area on the morning of the 8th, is that right?
You could say that. We were walking around the whole night and staying out of the way of the crime scene unit.
Were you there after the crime scene unit left?
No, I was not. They were still processing when I left.
Oh. Do you know whether or not the crime scene unit left shotgun pellets behind in the feed room?
I have no knowledge of any of that.
20, 30, even more shotgun pellets left behind in the feed room.
Your Honor,
Were you aware of that?
Said she had no objection.
Objection is sustained.
On Thursday, June 10th, 2 days, 3 days, Thursday, June the 10th, You went with SLED, a number of SLED agents and law enforcement agents, went to meet with Mr. Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh's brothers, Randy and John Marvin, Mr. Murdaugh's son, and they all agreed to meet, and y'all found a location in outside of Varnville, I believe. You remember doing that?
I do. I remember doing that.
And that was, during that, I believe you and a SLED agent interviewed Mr. Randy Murdaugh, correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Randy Murdaugh agreed to allow the download of his cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And gave consent, right?
He did.
Oh.
And Mr. Alec Murdaugh, to your knowledge, gave consent to download his cell phone, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh did the same, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Buster Murdaugh did the same, correct?
He did.
And everyone gave a voluntary interview that day, to your knowledge, right?
They did.
And then a little bit later, on the Wednesday, June 16th, you assisted SLED when they went out to the Moselle property and went diving, searching for, well, let me ask you. When you assisted SLED dive team, or did you assist SLED dive team on June 16th, 2021?
I did.
And with a search of the Moselle property, focusing on waterways, ponds, the Salkehatchie River access points for evidence from the crime, correct?
That's correct.
Were you looking for the firearms that were used to murder Maggie and Paul?
We were looking for anything that could have been linked to their murders.
And then you utilized ATVs and canvassed the entire 1,700 acres of land.
I did. That was my assignment that day.
And once again, that was done with consent by Mr. Murdaugh, correct?
That is correct.
And then went back the next day and dove another pond on the property. You remember doing that?
I didn't dive, but I was standing by, yes.
You were there?
Yes.
And again, that was with consent, right?
Correct.
And then you were given consent and you did a search of a white F-250 pickup that Paul normally drove, right?
That is correct.
And while you were there, Mr. Davis shows up, and Mr. Davis, you understood to be the caretaker for the dogs, right?
Yes, that's what he explained his job title was at Moselle.
And that, did you observe him doing his work that day?
I did.
Did you watch him wash down the dog runs?
I don't remember that part.
But you were able to look at his tire marks and make an assessment as to whether they appeared to match the tire marks that were seen under the shed portion next to the old airplane hangar, right?
That's correct. He parks under the canopy next to the UTV.
And then on Friday, June the 18th, you had a meeting and you looked at some photos, I believe crime scene photos and autopsy photos at SLED, correct?
I did.
And you made a mental note and you put it in your record that you noticed a few strands of what appeared to be brown hair, unable to determine the length from the photo in Maggie's hands and fingers, right?
That is correct.
And you thought that possibly was indication of a struggle, that Maggie had grabbed someone, had their hair in her hands, right?
I didn't say that in my report, no.
Well, so why did you note it in your report?
Because it was an observation.
Well, you also noticed in your report that there were some injuries, what appeared to be to Paul's face, that like he had been some type of struggle, right?
I noted what to me could have been scratches or a bruise on his cheek.
And we heard some testimony yesterday about a bolo on the lookout for a white pickup that Paul normally drives. I mean, that pickup was found the next morning, correct?
That's correct. It was broken down.
Yeah, and you learned through your investigation that Paul had switched vehicles with his uncle John Marvin, and John Marvin was rushing to Moselle when he got the phone call in Paul's truck, and it broke down on the side of the road.
Yeah, that's correct. It was I believe Mr. Randolph struggled to get in and out of the truck.
Did Colony County Sheriff's Office put out a statement to the press on the morning of June the 8th that there's no need to the public to be alarmed?
I don't believe that came from our office. It did not come through CID for approval. I never seen that press release.
So was Alec Murdaugh, your assisting SLED, night of June the 7th, morning June the 8th, was Alec Murdaugh a suspect?
That night, everybody was a suspect.
Everybody? Can you be more specific? Who else were suspects besides?
Well, there was reasons we were asking certain questions. Who his best friend is, who, their routine each day. There were so many different scenarios it could have been that night. So, in my view, everybody was a suspect at that point.
Including Alec?
Including Alec.
May I beg the court's indulgence to consult with her?
He's trying to like pin her. He was hoping that she would just straight out say, yeah, he was a suspect, but instead at first she was like, everyone's a suspect, and then he tried to bring it in, and she was like, yeah, including him. Also with the other thing of like the report of the whole hair, I think in the wife's hand and stuff, he tried to like set her up too, and he was like, so you're saying that there was a fight or in your report or something like that, or a struggle? She's like, I've just noticed, I just made a notation of what was in her hand. Like he's trying to like corner her. And then she's doing really good though, because she, the prosecutor said like she's nervous or you're nervous or something like that, but she's been holding it down. And I don't think he's getting anywhere really. The defense, with this particular witness. I mean, what do you guys think? Have you noticed anything? I have a hard time focusing, but and that's how you're supposed to do it, right? Everybody's a suspect, and the people that most of the time they first look at the husband, because a lot of times that's what it is. Not always, but a lot of times. Ain't doing it with this one. Sorry. Let's see what they got. What else they got up their sleeve?
Do we have the exhibit number that's in evidence before we play it?
They got a plan out and shit now.
No.
Plan B, plan C.
Which one's green?
I can't believe too when this guy was like, because she said she's into true crime or something like that, and he pops out. So you say you're a CSI junkie?
Your Honor, we're going to play a portion of Exhibit 1. We need to cover our screens. It is. I
don't remember her saying CSI.
Sensitive matter.
Yeah, junkie.
Can you see that, Ms. Rutland?
I can, yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, shake her
Let's
up.
just stop right there. You see how far that sheet is on either side of Paul's body there?
At this point in time, yes, I see how it looks.
Is that roughly how far it was across Paul's body when you got there?
No, because I could see the top of his head.
Well, I'm talking about the width. of his body? Was it that far across?
I don't recall how it was because I could see parts of his body, but it was still on him.
Okay. Will you go ahead and play?
That'd be dope if she does watch this, or if she's watching it now. Imagine that. It's not Murdaugh, it's Murdoch. That's how they
Did you
say it.
notice any footprints of the agent there inside the kennel
No, I believe he's standing on the
in the food room?
in the feed room.
Right.
No, but it was starting to rain.
Cool, so we're gonna look at some more pictures soon too. They sent me this New York Post article with some interesting stuff.
Okay, you
Almost
stop right
lunchtime.
there, please. Can you back it up just 5 seconds? Yeah, play it. Okay. As soon as it goes down, a little bit further. All right, please stop. Was that how far across the sheet was when you observed Paul's body?
I don't remember. Like I said, when I got there, there was SLED agents as well as deputies standing around the scene, and I wasn't sure what had happened before I got there. I don't recall how the sheet was.
Well, was the sheet on Paul's body the entire time you were walking the crime scene?
No, eventually it was removed when the crime scene unit was ready to process his body.
And the, I just want to clear up, when you said Alec was wearing khakis, were you referring to shorts or long pants?
Shorts.
Is this from the video we just, from the interview? Your Honor, we're going to publish a small portion of the video in the car, which is their last exhibit. Well, excuse me, that's from number 1. Those are shorts he was wearing?
Yes.
Are those khakis or green?
Khaki style, green.
Okay.
Khakis can be different colors,
That's all. You can take it down.
right?
That's all the questions we have, Your Honor.
That's it.
Can you read that right?
Khaki gate. I saw y'all guys this khaki bullshit. But is this they talking about? This look like pants, but we can't see the bottom. Maybe he's wearing like those long things. Talking about something else. Are those really khakis?
Griffin asked you about some things you did after your interview the following days,
He did.
and you had mentioned a search warrant was executed. Were you working with SLED after June 8th? He's asked you about them. And did you work with them in executing search warrants?
I did.
Specifically on June 9. And you were, who were you working with?
Special Agent Owen.
And I think did Mr. Griffin ask you, there was a truck on the side of the road that went back to her brother John Marvin?
That's correct.
So that was the white truck
Yes.
that was on the side of the road?
Yes.
And it belonged, who did it belong to?
John Marvin.
Okay, and that was off the property of Michelle?
That's correct.
Okay. So that has nothing to do with this case as far as suspect and this killing, does it?
No, it did not. We processed to rule it out.
What was that last thing?
We processed it to rule it out.
Okay. And he asked you about meeting with these folks and then talking to you. You were working with SLED doing that, weren't you?
I was.
SLED was investigating this case.
Yes.
Getting swabs. Getting swabs from folks? In general,
Yeah.
getting swabs?
I was present when swabs were taken, yes.
I'm not trying to say
Yeah.
you took them. I'm
No,
just following up on his
that's
question.
correct, yeah.
Were you present when interviews were taken?
I was present, yes.
And who was leading those interviews?
SLED,
Who was in charge?
SLED.
Were they investigating?
They were investigating.
Did you assist SLED with the initial timeline on phone calls?
I did.
On June 12th, did you assist SLED in removing an internal computer black box of a Chevy Suburban?
I did, by standing by.
On June 14th, did you assist SLED in obtaining a search warrant for Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
I did.
And was Lieutenant Kent in charge of that?
He was. And
Was SLED investigating?
SLED was investigating.
Was that what's referred to as the blue box?
Black box, I
Black
believe.
box? Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that. Were you with SLED when Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes was towed?
I was.
Did y'all have a search warrant for that?
We did.
I think he asked you, were you with SLED when ponds were searched in the area?
I was.
That's June 16th, would you dispute that, 2021?
No, that's correct.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you about a truck that a Mr. Davis was driving out of the shed. Were you able to confirm that the tire tracks in the shed were his
I did, by looking at them.
by looking at them?
Yes. Mhm.
And I think Mr. Griffin asked you, did Mr. Davis said he was in and out of there a couple times a day?
Twice a day, yes.
So those tracks inside the shelter were whose?
The dog caretaker, Mr. Davis.
And I think he asked you about water. Just remind me, the night you were there, did you see water around the bodies?
I did.
Okay. He asked you about some injuries, I think, that you had noted in your report. How did Paul fall?
Face down at an angle outside the feed room.
On what?
On his hands and arms.
Okay. But his face hit what?
The gravel.
Ooh.
Mr.
Gresky.
Griffin asked you about how many times the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, had mentioned to turn his son Paul's body on page 2 of the transcript, or towards the front. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You remember him saying that?
Yes.
You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out.
Yes.
And his cell phone popped out,
Correct.
and I tried to do something, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down.
Correct.
For his words, I think I tried to turn him over.
Yes.
And later on, I tried to turn him, and then I tried to check him.
Correct.
I tried to turn him.
Correct.
He asked you about the sheet on the body. Did you see the front or the top of Paul's head?
I did.
Okay. And he asked you about the sheet over that body. I want to ask you about a sheet. When you saw Richard Alexander Murdaugh, did he have a sheet over him?
He did not.
Could you see his face, his hands, his body, his pants, and his shirt?
I could.
Did he look like somebody who just changed his clothes?
Yes.
Ooh.
Basis for the objection.
Oh!
Response, Mr. Meadows.
I couldn't hear what he said. I'm sorry. Did those clothes appear to be fresh,
They did.
like they just come out of the laundry?
It could be.
Let's go, baby. That shit blinging, shining in the light. That's just reflective. That's how white that shirt is. No, it's just probably the lighting in the angle. That shit like it has its own light source.
It was raining that night, wasn't it?
It started to rain before we did our interview.
Can you put up that photo of his shorts and shirt that we saw a minute ago?
Objection. That's true. That shirt does look like fresh. Shirt case. That shirt does look clean. He's wearing the moon. If he was so clean, why didn't they check the shower drains? So they didn't check that stuff, I guess, huh? I mean, to his credit, or playing devil's advocate or whatever, he did freely let these people search everything. Even though they got the search warrant, he let them go through his phone, to the property. What did he just eat? A snack?
No secret. Oh, here it is. Thanks.
For somebody that was at the crime scene, right? Because you would think
these are the clothes that you saw him wearing sitting in the car?
Correct.
And it's your testimony those clothes look like they're freshly washed.
He's sweating and they are dry, so I would say yes.
Okay. Thank you.
You messed that down.
so.
They call you next witness.
That was. I don't think this worked out for the defense. This one. Ooh, Livingston. If I can find out. Who's that?
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth to help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Yes, Delilah Cirencione, Cirencione.
Okay, so that's it's another
Good
SLED
afternoon,
person.
Agent Cirencione.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, or SLED. I'm currently in the Behavioral Science Unit, but was formerly in the Crime Scene Unit.
Now, did you tell me that the mic cannot be turned up more and it cannot be moved? It's fixed?
Is that better, sir?
Yes.
Okay.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. From what time or what dates were you working in the SLED crime scene unit?
I was with SLED Crime Scene from 2017 until 2022 in October.
So on June 7th of 2021, you were working with SLED crime scene?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And did you have an occasion to be involved in the investigation of Alec Murdaugh?
I did.
And what was your involvement in that investigation?
On June 8th, I was requested by my lieutenant, Todd Shank, to respond to the call to medical center to collect buccal swabs or DNA swabs from 2 victims.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a DNA swab, so it's a sterile Q-tip about this size, kind of like a Q-tip you use for your ear, and you swab the inside of the victim's cheeks for a DNA standard.
Do you just take one swab?
It comes in a set of 2 swabs within one container, so 2 swabs for each victim.
So you rub the inside of the person's cheek with that swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the swabs?
Then it's placed back inside the sterile container and it's put into a coin envelope where it's sealed, dated, and initialed, and the time of the collection is written on the envelope.
And it is sealed and dated and initialed to ensure that it is not tampered with. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
And if someone else analyzes or manipulates that swab, they should note that on the packaging?
I'm not sure how it goes after it's out of my control, but I chained all that over to Lieutenant Todd Shank once I went back to the SLED forensic laboratory.
So where did you turn those buccal swabs in?
After I left the medical center, I went back to SLED to the forensic laboratory and did a chain of custody with my lieutenant, and it was then in his custody.
And going back, just to be clear, who did you collect buccal swabs from?
One female victim, Margaret, and one male victim, Paul Murdaugh.
Doing a little poll right now. Who do you guys think is doing better so far, the prosecution or defense? I feel mixed. I feel like I don't know. I definitely on that last one, I think the prosecution did it better. I'm sure like the attorneys would know more though, but and then the opening and the opening statements. I mean, I think the defense was more impactful. I guess. So the prosecution could have brought more. The thing that I thought was interesting about the opening statements is that Snapchat video that I want to see. And somebody had mentioned something interesting earlier. I need coffee 247. I took a note of this. Said one of the reporters said yesterday that the clothes
Your Honor.
he was wearing in his son's Snapchat were not the same clothes he had on when the police arrived. I really want to see that video, the Snapchat video. We haven't seen it yet. They haven't been showing us anything. They've been coming out now with some pictures and stuff, and the body cam is supposed to be coming out. That Snapchat video, I feel like the prosecution and the defense gave us two different timelines. I wonder which one is accurate, because I think that'll make a big difference as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
Wonder what's happening.
Okay.
Darling Deb, I think that was by accident. I think you got timed out by accident.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, just so y'all know, I'm going to show you these evidence baggies from SLED. Can you take a look at that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do those appear to be the buccal swabs that you collected from Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
They are.
And how do you know that?
Both of these have my initials, the date, and a description on them, and they're sealed with my initials and the date.
And looking at those, can you tell if anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. There's a additional lab number, an item number, and 2 other initials on them.
So once you collected those, it would appear that someone from the lab performed analysis on those swabs.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Exhibit 102 and 202 for identification purposes only as State's Exhibit 202, 201, excuse me, being a buccal swab of Paul Murdaugh, and 202 being a buccal swab for Margaret Murdaugh. And Your Honor, we would actually move to enter these into evidence.
Any objection?
Okay.
They're entered into evidence as those exhibit numbers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Serencion, did you do anything else in regards to this case?
Yes, ma'am. Once I cleared from the Carlton Medical Center collecting the buccal swabs, I was requested by Captain Ryan Neal with the SLED Low Country region to respond to the initial scene of the crime scene and collect a cell phone that was collected by their agents via chain of custody.
And whose cell phone did you collect from Ryan Neal? Do you know?
I'm not aware of whose cell phone it was. It was a iPhone cell phone with a clear case.
And what did you do with that cell phone when you collected it?
The cell phone was collected via chain of custody with Captain Ryan Neal, and then it was placed in a brown paper bag, sealed, and transported back to the SLED Forensic Laboratory, where it was chained over to Lieutenant Todd Shank.
No further.
Should be lunchtime soon.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 203 and 205. This is State's Exhibit 204, which is the cell phone, along with a paper bag here. Can you tell that's the paper bag that you collected this cell phone and put that cell phone in that paper bag?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And how can you tell that?
It's got my handwriting on it with my initials and the date and a description of the cell phone.
This time the state would offer State's Exhibit 204 into evidence.
Just for identification. You object to it coming into evidence.
It'll be marked for identification, those two exhibits.
Wait a minute, that's not the phone, those are the chain.
The phone.
Is that the phone or is that the chain of evidence?
State's Exhibit 204 is the cell phone.
I marked for identification, Your Honor. We have no objection to being marked.
For identification.
And Agent Cirencione, if you could take a look at State's Exhibits 205 and 203 and tell us what those appear to be.
Both of these are chains of custody from myself to my lieutenant at the time, and from Captain Ryan Neal to myself, and then from myself to Todd Shank. They're both for the cell phone as well as the buccal swabs.
So those forms show where you collected or received the buccal swabs and the cell phone, is that right?
They're a chain of custody, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ma'am, what is it you do for SLED? I mean, I understand you receive things, you take buccal swabs, but are do you transport things, or do you have another role at SLED?
I'm currently a special agent with the Behavioral Science Unit.
Okay. At this time, in June of 2021, what were you doing?
In June of 2021, I was a agent with the Crime Scene Unit. With the Crime Scene Unit.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You help process crime scenes?
Yes, sir. I respond to the state and process crime scenes, collect evidence, document evidence, write reports, and so on, and testify in court proceedings.
And did you do any crime scene processing other than receiving these items in this case?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. So, what happened to, where's that cell phone?
All exhibits, once they've been marked for identification, they remain with the court reporters.
Oh. All right, so looks like this will be a quick.
So, and I guess I put this right here. You received this cell phone. They didn't tell you it was Maggie Murdaugh's phone, did they?
No, sir.
But you received this cell phone on the morning of what? When?
It was June 8th.
June 8th, the morning after the murders.
Yes, sir. It was June 8th, 2021.
And where was the agent that gave this to you? Where did he meet you?
The initial crime scene.
Okay, at the house, by the dog pens, where?
In the yard near the kennels. And
okay.
Yes, sir.
And when you received it, was it on or off?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are you aware that cell phones can continue to receive information or erase memory after they're, I mean, at any point, but specifically when you're trying to preserve evidence, do you know whether to turn it off or leave it on? Anybody instruct you on that?
I'm not an expert with the cell phones, so I'm not sure, sir.
Okay. Secondly, do you know what a Faraday bag is?
No, sir.
Okay, a Faraday bag, for your edification, is something you put an electronic device in so that no one can access it. It can't receive new data.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there a question?
There it is, I'm getting to it. And it can't erase data. Did you know that?
No, sir.
You're in the crime scene. Have you ever recovered phones before?
Yes, we recover cell phones, but they're typically collected directly by computer crimes or the regional agents.
Okay, so in this instance, though, they were not done the normal way, is what you're saying, the usual way. They gave it to you.
This way, it was just directly transferred to myself so I could bring it back to the SLED lab.
And no one cautioned you about putting it in a Faraday bag or not turning it off?
Not that day, no, sir.
So would that have been, and who gave it to you, agent?
Captain Ryan Neal with SLED Low Country.
Okay. And he just handed it to you, and you put it in a brown paper bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know whether it was on or off?
I don't recall.
And there's a passcode in this bag with it. Do you know where that came from?
I wrote the passcode that I was given on the brown paper bag.
Okay, and then somebody else wrote it on this piece of paper?
I did not write it on that piece of paper.
Okay, just to be clear, you were not asked to handle this cell phone any different than if you'd been given a can of pork and beans to put into evidence, right? Is that right?
It depends if the pork and beans were evidence, but no.
Well, assume there's a can of pork and beans and it's a piece of evidence and they want you to transport it. Do they give you any special instructions about the cell phone as opposed to a can of pork and beans?
No, sir. The cell phone was collected using gloves and directly placed into the brown paper bags, sealed, initialed, dated. A description was written, and it was transported straight to the forensic lab for processing.
And you don't know whether it was open, whether it had been shut down or was still on?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Can I put this back in the paper bag so I don't drop it again?
Sure.
Thank you for the indulgence. One moment.
Pork and beans. No different. Can of pork and beans. How you handle it, huh, miss? Well, if it was evidence.
Redirect.
She responded good.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Pork
You may
and
step
beans.
down.
I'll just
You
treat
may
it.
call your next witness.
Next.
Do you have another witness available at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may approach.
It's fairly lengthy, but we're happy to get started, Your Honor.
Melinda Worley.
Who there?
Raise your right hand and left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God? Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Melinda Worley, W-O-R-L-E-Y.
Good afternoon, Agent Worley.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for SLED
And how long have you worked for SLED?
since August of 2011.
And what is your current position at SLED?
I'm currently a senior criminalist in the latent print unit of the Forensic Services Lab.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your education and training and other experiences at SLED that have led you to this point?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology from the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga, a Bachelor of Science degree in forensic science from Mercyhurst College, a Master's of Science in forensic science from the University of Florida. Along with the master's degree, I also received a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation. I started at SLED in 2011 in the crime scene unit as a special agent. I followed through the training program that SLED provides in-house. I finished that, I believe it was July of 2012, and at that point I was able to take cases as a crime scene agent. But shortly thereafter I also started training in the discipline of footwear and tire tread examination. I finished that training in March of 2014, and so then I was doing crime scene and footwear and tire cases until August of 2022. I transferred out of the crime scene unit to the latent print unit. I also switched from being a Class 1 law enforcement officer, I was a senior special agent, to a Class 3 law enforcement officer, so now I'm a senior criminalist and a footwear and tire examiner.
And so, I mean, as far as crime scene goes, can you tell us about any special training that you have pertaining to crime scene specifically?
I've taken several courses in bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction, archaeology, forensic archaeology, and clandestine graves, photography.
And back in 2021, you were a crime scene investigator, is that correct?
That's correct.
And now you are in the footwear and tire examination, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and what would be the appropriate title for that?
Footwear and tire examiner.
Okay. And what other additional qualifications do you have to examine footwear and tire impressions?
I've taken 2 40-hour courses related to footwear, and I've completed approximately 50 footwear cases since I was completed my training in 2014. I've testified as an expert witness 9 times, qualified.
Is that in state court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said about how many, I guess, cases have you had where you have examined footwear and tire impressions? If you could give us an estimate here.
As far as the actual scenes I've worked with that had footwear, or just in general footwear?
In general.
I think it's around 50 cases.
Your Honor, at this time I would move to qualify Investigator Whirley as an expert in footwear and tire examination.
Use the restroom.
Says the defense.
No objection, Your Honor. She's obviously qualified.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, where a witness, by virtue of their education and experience, become what the court considers an expert in some field, that witness can give opinions where lay witnesses typically cannot. And this witness has been qualified and now is accepted as an expert witness in the field of, is it footwear examination and what else?
Tire impressions, Your Honor.
And tire impressions. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Whirley, back in June of 2021, what was your role at SLED again?
I was in the crime scene unit.
As a crime scene investigator?
That's right.
Okay. And can you tell us just some of the general procedures of a crime scene investigator who responds to a crime scene?
Sure. We are requested to respond to crime scenes anywhere in the state. When the sheriff's office or police department requests our assistance with a crime scene, we document the scene with photographs and draw sketches, take measurements. We collect evidence, document it, collect it, package it appropriately, maintain chain of custody.
Is there any special kind of protocol that y'all follow?
We do have a protocol manual, yes.
Okay. Do you ever wear any type of gowns or coverings or anything like that out to a crime scene?
We always wear gloves, no matter what. Depends on the scene, I guess, as far as if we're going to wear any booties or anything else.
Okay. Would it be normal protocol to wear booties to an outdoor crime scene?
Not the way we've operated now.
Okay. Why not?
It's not usually, not usually necessary, I guess, as far as watching where you're stepping and not stepping in blood or any tire or footwear impressions or anything. We just don't normally wear booties.
And when you're at a crime scene, are you looking for microscopic evidence?
Well, we don't carry microscopes. Other than swabbing items at a scene, we would collect potential evidence that way by swabbing it.
All right, let's move on to your involvement in this case. Did you have the occasion to respond to Moselle Road on June 7th?
I did.
Okay. What time did you respond out there?
I believe we arrived around 12:07 a.m.
Okay. And are you aware of what time this the crime occurred?
I'm not sure about the time it occurred. I know the time I was notified.
Okay. And what time was that?
We were notified around 10:33 p.m.
Okay. So it took you roughly 2 hours to get out to the crime scene. Why was that?
We respond from Columbia.
All right. So what did you see when you got out there?
The scene entailed the area where the kennels were located. There was a large workshop with an overhang on between the workshop and where the dog kennels were. There was a sort of gravel path driveway between the kennels and that overhang. A the sheriff's office had brought out a canopy to cover Maggie's body to protect her from the rain.
And what were the weather conditions?
It was raining lightly.
Okay. What is one of the first things you did when you got out there?
We met with David Owen, Special Agent David Owen, and regional agents to kind of get a little more information about what the scene entailed, and then we did a little initial walkthrough to see the sheriff's office had marked some potential evidence, so we walked around to see what was what, and see if we could find any additional evidence before we started taking photographs.
Do you recall collecting a shotgun from Agent Daniel Green, or excuse me, Officer or Sergeant Daniel Green?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did that occur?
He had maintained custody of a shotgun and needed to transfer it to me, so he brought it over to my truck and we put it in a gun box. We took photographs of it and rendered it safe.
Was that gun loaded or unloaded when you took custody of it?
It was loaded.
And did you unload that weapon?
I did.
And why would you do that?
We always render a firearm safe before we transport it.
Agent Corley, I'm going to show you what's already been entered as Tate's Exhibit 4, along with the rifle, or excuse me, shotgun that was collected. Could you tell us what you have there?
It's one of the 2 shot shells that were in the shotgun.
And that's a shot shell that you unloaded from this gun?
That's right.
Okay, what gauge is that?
This one is 16 gauge.
And the correct caliber for that gun is a 12 gauge?
That's right.
Since Daniel Green collected that gun, did you take a buccal swab from him?
We did, yes.
And why would you do that?
In case his DNA was on the firearm, we would need to eliminate him or know that was his.
All right. I feel like today's a little bit better. A little bit better than yesterday. But no writer.
Mr. Corley, this is Tate's Exhibit 249. Does that appear to be the buccal swab you collected from Daniel Green?
Yes, it is.
And how can you tell?
It has my handwriting, my initials. The seal tape has my initials with my handwriting for the date.
At this time, this tape would offer Tate's Exhibit 249 into evidence.
It's admitted without objection.
Worley, if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize what is in that picture?
I do.
Is that a true and accurate representation?
It is.
Got it. This time I'll move State's Exhibit 17 into evidence.
Would you identify what it is before we do that? I mean, no objection, no objection, no objection.
What is it?
It's the shotgun that I took custody of, and the 12 gauge and the 16 gauge shot shells that I removed from the shotgun.
Submitted without objection.
And if you could, for the jury, could you tell us which shells we're looking at here?
The one on the left is the 12 gauge, and the one on the right is 16 gauge.
And those are the shells you unloaded from that gun?
They are.
And you described the crime scene. If you could, State's Exhibit 22 has previously been entered. Could you describe that to the jury?
That's the large overhang on the side of the workshop, the doghouse that's just outside that overhang, and the Maggie's body is lying there underneath that canopy. The kennels are in the background.
How did you discover Paul's body or observe Paul's body?
He was, when we arrived, he was still covered with a pink sheet, but we could tell he was lying face down just outside the feed room.
And when you, how did you process the area around him?
We start with documenting the area with photographs, photographing the evidence that the sheriff's office had already marked, do overall mid-range and close-up of each item of evidence, photograph the victims as they were when we arrived, before the sheets were moved or anything.
This time I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 24, which is a sealed exhibit. Does this picture show how you found Paul's body?
After we documented him with the sheet over him and the coroner removed the sheet, yes, that is what it looked like.
And he appears to be laying outside of a feed room.
That's correct.
Did you process that feed room?
After he was removed from the area, we went in the room to process the room.
And if you look at that picture there, it appears that there's something laying on the back of his shorts there.
Yes, that's right.
And what was that?
I was told it was his cell phone.
State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the cell phone on the back of his shorts.
This time the state would move State's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And this is the cell phone that was laying on top of Paul's body?
That's right.
Now, did y'all process the inside of the feed room?
We did.
Agent Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look. It takes exhibits 26, 27, 28, 30. If you can. 31, 32, 35, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45, please. Agent Worley, in general, what are those pictures of?
They're all taken inside the feed room. A lot of them are footwear impressions.
And are those true and accurate representations of the feed room as it was the night of the murders on June 7th?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer those exhibits into evidence.
Friday. I might come back tonight and do a stream. There's some crazy stuff going on in Tennessee, I guess. But I don't know. It's depressing stuff, I guess. Santa Fe sauce that it has like a kick to it. It's really good. If you never had this, it's really good. Try it. Avocado, chicken, diced tomatoes, little tortilla chips.
Exhibit numbers again?
Your Honor, that takes exhibits 27, 26, 30, 28, 31, 35, 32, 198, 199, 38, 39, 40, 42, 43, 44, and 45.
They are admitted without objection.
Agent Worley, this is State's Exhibit 27. If you could tell the jurors what they're looking at in this picture.
That's a view looking from the door into the feed room.
And what can we see on the floor there?
There's marker 1 is the shot shell wad. There's also suspected blood and tissue, possible pieces of skull on the floor.
Okay. And then looking back at that window.
There were several bullet defects in the window in the glass.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's showing the feed room also, but it's showing more of the door, the outside of the door.
And if you notice the top of the door, what can you see up there?
It looks like blood, and there's also hair on top of the door.
State's Exhibit 30.
That's behind the door to the feed room.
Okay. And what's back there?
There were two 12-gauge shot shells on the fired shot shells on the floor behind the door, and also there was hair behind the door.
State's Exhibit 31.
That was after we marked the two fired shot shells as markers 9 and 10, and also showing them the shot shell wad at marker 1 in the same photo.
And State's Exhibit 26.
That's close-up of the shot shell wad at marker 1, and there's also a partial footwear impression in blood.
Okay. And do we see some little round pellets there?
Yes, there were pellets on the floor.
.32.
And that's close-up of the shot shells at 9 and 10.
Were those shot shells collected?
Yes, they were.
Guessing they'll go to lunch at 1.
Agent Worley, when those shot shells were collected, what did you do with them?
We photographed them first before we pick them up. We packaged them, write the information on the packaging as to what it is, where it came from at marker 9 and 10, date and initial and time it was collected.
And were they submitted to the lab and placed in these big plastic bags?
I transferred them to a crime scene lieutenant.
I'll ask you to take a look at these for me. Do those appear to contain item 1 and items 9 and 10?
Yes.
And also some other items that were collected?
Yes. A way to open them?
No, this time I will have Agent Corley open the bags and remove items 1 and items 9 and 10.
Thank you.
My mouth is burning right now. Pretty good. Sauce is really intense.
All right, so item 1 is what?
That is the shot shell wad that was at marker 1.
Okay. And how do you know that is the shot shell wad that you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box, my initials on the seal on the tape.
And then item 9 and item 10?
And these are the two shot shells, fired shot shells at markers 9 and 10. Sorry, this one is the one at marker 9. It's 12 gauge federal, and one at marker 10 was, I believe, Winchester 12 gauge.
So after the murders took place, if I'm getting this correct, Alex loaded the shotgun with a 12 gauge and a 16 gauge, right? And so, I don't know. And you can't shoot a 16 out of a 12. So they're saying that in a panic, he put the wrong thing in there for self-defense, I guess, or to find the perpetrator.
At this time, this tape will move items 29, the shot, I guess the shot shell wad.
The evidence.
And item 34.
Picture.
The 12 gauge federal, and item 33, 12 gauge Winchester, into evidence.
Okay. Without objection.
All right, also in that feed room, we were looking at what appeared to be some bloody footprints. Is that right, Agent Worley?
That's right.
You can see those footprints here in State's Exhibit 27.
You can see them.
About State's Exhibit 35 here.
Yes, there are two right there at marker 1.
So right down in here.
Yes.
All right. So in your training and experience as a footwear examiner, did you have occasion to examine those footprints?
I did.
And did you have some shoes to compare those footprints to?
Yes, I took custody of the shoes that Paul was wearing when I attended his autopsy. I was able to compare those to the footwear impressions in the feed room.
And now how do you do that?
We make test impressions of the shoes after they've been photographed with ink on the bottom of the shoe. I have someone similar who wears the same size, usually wears the shoe and steps on a piece of cardstock paper. We make as many test impressions as we need to make sure I've gotten all the area of the bottom of the shoe. Then I reprint those test impressions on transparencies. It makes it easier to overlay those on top of the photographs of the unknown impressions at the crime scene. And I compare the unknown impressions from the crime scene to the overlays that I place of Paul's shoes.
So you make a transparent overlay and you place it on pictures to determine if they correspond.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 148.
Is it getting emotional?
What is that?
That is a printed version of the test impressions that we created of Paul's shoes.
And State's Exhibit 199.
That one is the right shoe. The first one was the left shoe.
And there are, I guess, 2 impressions of each shoe there?
That's right.
All right, so using the impressions you made in the photographs, did you make
Right.
any determinations?
I determined they were corresponding consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
And we'll look a little closer here. It takes Exhibit 38. I'm sorry, there appears to be some kind of shadow here on the Elmo. States 138, is that a picture that you used from the crime scene to compare to Paul's shoes?
It is.
And what did you determine regarding that?
That one was also consistent with the outsole design of Paul's shoes.
States Exhibit 39.
Both of those were the same outsole design as Paul's shoes.
And we'll go back to States Exhibit 40. And if you're standing in the feed room, what position are those shoes facing?
Those are facing the window.
Facing the window.
Right.
Did you also notice the door of that feed room?
I did.
And what about the door?
There was a lot of, I guess, blood, brain matter on the outside of the door, not so much on the inside, interior side of the door. There's a little bit at the very top, and hair on top of the door, but not on the rest of the back of the door.
So States Exhibit 42 here. What can we see?
That's a picture of the exterior side of the door. You can see the blood toward the top of the door.
So that would be like the front of the door.
Right.
And States Exhibit 43.
That's also the front of the door.
Okay. And we can see some blood spatter up here in the corner.
Yes.
Would that be right?
That's right.
And then it appears to be hair as well?
Yes,
Is that
that's right.
And we mentioned the defects in the window. States Exhibit 44 here.
Yes.
What can we see there? Can you see a hole in that window?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 45.
Yes, you can see one of the defects.
Okay. And do you recall how many defects were in the window?
6, I believe.
Later, did you have an occasion to go back out to the scene and re-examine that window?
I did.
At that time, can you tell us what you did when you examined the window?
We went to further document, take more measurements of the area. We scaled the defects and took several more measurements of where those defects were in the window.
I'm going to show you States Exhibits 114 and 115. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What is that?
These are diagrams of the window that I created. One shows the interior side of the window and one shows the exterior side. It shows where the defects are located in the window and all the measurements that we took for each defect.
Your Honor, at this time I would move States 114 and 115 into evidence.
Okay, Your Honor. They are admitted without objection.
Permission to publish. We're looking here at States 114. Do I have that in the correct orientation, Agent Worley?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And can you kind of explain to the jurors the defects we're looking at here?
Sure. There's defects A through, I believe, G, starting from top to bottom.
So, like where it says defect A, defect B, what is that?
Those were the locations of where the bullet defects were in the glass.
So those are holes in the glass?
Right. Yes.
And that is from the inside of the feed room?
That's right.
And State's Exhibit 115 here, what is that?
That is the exterior side of the window.
Okay. So those are the same defects, but from looking from the exterior, like from the outside of the room?
Right.
And what was kind of the purpose of that?
In the event reconstruction would ever be done of the scene, it's necessary to have specific measurements to be able to place those bullet defects, those holes back in the window where they were based on measurements.
What else did you recall doing concerning the feed room?
We collected several of the shot shell pellets. We also swabbed the exterior doorknob of the room just for potential touch DNA.
Did you collect those pellets from the feed room floor?
Yes, we did.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume at 2:20. Have a good lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. When I didn't even hear. When did they say they're coming back? An hour or two? Let me see real quick. So I got something we can watch, and I ate already. So something.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time and resume
Oh,
at
2:20.
2:20.
Okay, 2:20. 2:20. Which. Okay, so around 2 something, like 2:05, I'll leave. Get the baby, but right now we can chill. And at 8, I feel good. I feel better today than I did yesterday. I still got to work on the sleeping. I got to get better sleep still. But last night I went to sleep like at 1. Woke up today, took the baby. I was so tempted to come back and sleep. The audio's off, okay. But I went to the gym instead, and so I feel better. I'm still a little tired, but I feel actually a lot better than I did yesterday. And I ate a little bit better than I did yesterday. I had breakfast today. I exercised, breakfast, early shower. I had that bone broth in the morning. I ordered this cushion thing that's coming next Tuesday. It's supposed to be this gangster cushion. I wanted to get the gangster one, but it was gonna take till like February. It would have been 2 weeks from now, not this next Tuesday, but the one after. And I just thought that was too long. So I have the less gangster one coming in. I can show you a picture. Let's see, orders. And I ordered something that I can kind of, there's something here. It's not that great, but it's a little layer that I can like rest my hands on. Probably need to get something more, so a little more comfortable. And probably next week, I'm probably going to, like some of the days, I might order takeout some of the days, but the other days I'm probably just going to try to prep something real quick, easy, throw in the air fryer, so I'm not always ordering out. I ordered this. Let's see, chair. Somebody told me about this a while ago. They said it's really good. Chair upgrade. Let me get the super chats as well. The devil's work bone broth. Epsom salt. Yeah, I want to get like bath bomb. I'm also, remember, I'm trying to like move out too and stuff. I found a couple of places. A friend was helping me out. My mother was looking at some places for me too. So I think today after the stream, I'm going to probably call some places and look into it. Like, I'm not in a rush. It's not a rush or anything because I'm actually saving a lot by being here. But yeah, it's time to, it's just long overdue just for some more space. It'll be a lot easier on me and Maddie. Okay. So what should we do first? Let me play this small clip. I wanted to play this small clip from, this was a really quick, brief overview, which I thought was really good. Let me take this stuff off the screen. Let me get the super chats. Yo, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I know you could be anywhere else because, you know, there's other channels doing it and there's actually like lawyers doing it, you know, so they can speak to all the legal stuff. I can't really. I'm just, you know, so I appreciate you hanging out with me. Put this off the screen. I thought this video was really good. And Izzy, thank you so much for the super chat earlier. Love the daily streams. Thank you. Danielle, thank you for the membership and says, Mel, this will go down in history. You will regret not streaming it. Love your channel. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Claire, thank you for covering this case. Sabrina, thank you, Mel. We appreciate it. The long hours you put in. I hope your daughter is having fun at the PJ party. Yo, she was so excited. She woke up this morning. She woke up this morning. She was like, Daddy, the PJ party. Like, she was so, like, she was knocked out. It's just the party, the PJs. I'm like, okay, Manny, don't worry, we got it. And I almost forgot her blanket, and she walked over and she got the blanket. Jennifer, thank you for the super chat. It says, who do you think is doing a better job at this point? I have such a hard time with that one. Because I feel like at some points the prosecution is doing better and then the other points the defense is doing better. And I don't watch these trials all the time, but just my personal opinion, I don't know. Not this last one, but the one before that. I feel like the prosecution did better. But I don't know. I mean, we'll have to see. And I still feel mixed feelings about the opening statements. I know a lot of people felt the defense like killed it. You know, I thought the prosecution didn't do too bad, but I feel like they could have brought more. I think that picture too. I mean, I'm glad that we at least get to see some of these pictures of like what he looked like the night of. I really want to see the Snapchat video. I really want to see the body cam stuff. I really hope that they release some more stuff to the public. I know they don't have to, but because some of the stuff is graphic, but stuff like this, or maybe they can edit stuff, or I don't know, release some stuff for the public. It's kind of tough when you don't get to see nothing. Eliza, thank you so much for the membership. Sifa, thank you for upgrading the membership. Terry, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate your streams, new member here, and I'm loving it. Thank you. All right, let's check this out. I thought this was good.
A mother and son found dead, millions of dollars in missing money, and the downfall of a family dynasty. The saga of the Murdaugh family attracted national attention after disbarred South Carolina lawyer Alec Murdaugh was accused of
disgraced lawyer. Everywhere you look him up, disgraced.
Killing his wife and son.
Every day almost, since the homicides, something new has happened. And I think that's just captivating to people.
Murdaugh was charged with 2 counts of
Oh, and there's drone footage that Court TV put out. Remind me, I'm going to play that next.
Murder in July 2022
of the area.
After his wife Maggie and son Paul were found fatally shot a year earlier at the family's hunting estate. He's pleaded not guilty to the charges and will face trial in Colleton County, South Carolina. Here's what you need to know about the case against Alec Murdaugh. The first stage of the trial is jury selection, but because of the prominent family name, selecting 12 jurors that aren't familiar with the Murdaugh family or the case will be a challenge.
Jury selection is just going to be incredibly tough.
And it's interesting that they were able to do that. I believe they kept it in the same area, right? The same area. It's amazing because these people have so much power and influence, and like historically, generationally.
Everybody knows the Murdaughs.
That's because the legacy and legal influence of the Murdaugh family in southeastern South Carolina dates back to the early 1900s. The family established one of the state's dominant law firms in 1910, and 3 generations of Murdaughs have presided as solicitors over the 14th Judicial Circuit, which covers 5 counties in South Carolina.
From 1920, when the first Murdaugh ran for office, until 2006, they knew every law enforcement officer in their region.
The local agencies that first arrived at the crime scene recused themselves from the case because of the family's close ties to law enforcement.
They have
Look at that shit.
Enforcement officer in their region.
The local agency.
They knew every law enforcement officer.
Every law enforcement officer in their region.
The local agencies that first arrived at the crime scene recused themselves from the case because of the family's close ties to law enforcement.
They have this pretty serious reputation. Even now, even with Alec Murdaugh in jail for more than a year, people are still intimidated by this family because they've known them their whole life.
Richard Alec Murdaugh, are you guilty or not guilty of the felonies wherein you stand indicted?
Not guilty.
While investigating the double homicide, law enforcement discovered evidence of a string of alleged financial crimes.
He was a personal injury lawyer. His clients were some of the poorest of the poor and the most badly injured. And he's accused of siphoning money off of judgments that he won on behalf of his clients.
Murdaugh has pleaded not guilty to most of those charges. But in a filing submitted to the court, prosecutors state the alleged wrongdoing that led to these charges gave him motive for murder.
Alec was under a huge amount of pressure to turn over to the court evidence of his finances in a boat crash case involving his son. And prosecutors say that if he had done that, it would have led to the unraveling of this alleged scheme of crime that he'd been running for a decade. And that was enough to set him off that night and kill his wife and son.
Prosecutors state that after Maggie and Paul were found dead, people immediately treated defendant as the victim of an unspeakable tragedy. The day of reckoning vanished. The defense has called this theory illogical and implausible.
The prosecution has a tough climb here. They have got to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Alec alone committed these murders in a circumstantial case and in a case where the evidence is in some question in some cases.
The shirt Murdaugh wore on the night of the murders is expected to be a key piece of evidence in the trial. According to court documents, it had microscopic amounts of blood spatter, something prosecutors say indicates Murdaugh was close to one of his family members when they were shot. But in a separate filing, defense attorneys claimed that the state used unreliable methods to test the shirt, ultimately making it impossible to test.
Yeah, that shirt, if they don't show it here, I'm going to show you some images. They tore that shit up with the testing.
Further.
It could help the prosecution if their expert is able to say, yes, there was this high velocity impact spatter on the shirt, but it opens up a chance for the defense because they were never able to have their own expert independently look at it.
Instead, the prosecution could lean on digital evidence to help prove their case. Court documents filed by the defense describe a video recorded on Paul's phone saying he can be heard having a lighthearted conversation with his mom and dad in the background, which places Murdaugh at the hunting estate a little over an hour before he called 911, which conflicts with the timing of his alibi.
The defense has said, yeah, maybe he was imprecise about, who he saw and when, but what that video shows is them laughing and talking with one another. So this was a loving family. And you're going to tell me that after this video was recorded, Alec Murdaugh shot his wife and kid? That's unacceptable.
The trial is expected to last several weeks, and prosecutors are seeking life imprisonment for Murdaugh.
It's incredible to think about. The family built this name for 100 years, and the reason it will be remembered is because of Alec and what he's alleged to have done.
So I thought that was a really interesting video. Let me show you this article too. And let me do the drone that I said I was going to do, and then we'll do the article. We'll go full screen. And you guys too, if the mic starts acting, it's fine now. Sometimes there's a drop off, but if it starts dropping off too much, just let me know and I'll try to adjust it sometime, maybe after the stream. Because sometimes if I speak low, it doesn't pick it up. Let's see here. She posted something new. Prosecutors respond to his request for discovery with the Koberger. Lists an audio and video recording around 995 pages of a police report and documents 1,865 photos handed over. Okay. The body camera video this is with this case. The body camera video is not available. Court officials are working on redaction. So I don't know when it's coming, but definitely, we'll be covering the body cam video for the Murdaugh stuff when it comes out. They said last night or today, maybe it's going to take longer. They have to redact because I guess it's very graphic content. And if you're out there, I have mods keeping an eye out, but if anybody just happens to see it when it pops out, just like contact me, DM me, and we'll do a video on it. This is the drone right here. So according to this picture, let's see. There's some we got to get to this article too. Damn, this thing completely disappeared. All right, I guess I'll download it again. Wow, incredible. Okay. Gruesome forensic report reveals Paul Murdaugh's brain was blown out. Mom Maggie was shot 5 times. It included images from the dog kennels where Murdaugh said he found his wife, Maggie, and their 22-year-old son, Paul, after they were blasted to death on June 2nd, 2021. Maggie, 52, was found face down after being shot 5 times with a rifle. And from what I've gathered, they never found this rifle. The shotgun was there, but the rifle was never found. According to a report by forensic expert Kenneth, who suggested 3 of the blasts were while she was standing. But the 2 of the shots would have been instantly fatal, hitting her brain. One of those first went through her left breast, and the other was fired into the back of her head. At least one appeared to be fired while she was holding herself up on her knees and her right hand with her shoulders and head down. And her right hand with her shoulders and head down. Okay. Oh, okay, like down like that. This here. So let me get a close up of this image. And this is let's see the caption. The filing included images and graphic showings where Maggie and Paul Murdaugh were found dead. So I had a better map image. I don't know where the hell the other one went. But this one works too. Let's see. Shot shell was cartridge cases. So marker 1, shot shell waddle. And when I looked this up earlier, the shot shell waddle thing, I think that means shotgun waddling. It's a term. The term wad refers to a component of a shotgun shell that is used to separate the shot from the powder, contain the shotgun shot, and provide a seal that prevents gas from blowing through the shot rather than propelling the shot out of the shotgun. Let's see. Oh, this is what it looks like right here. Okay, the wad. Cartridge cases 7. Let's see. It's right here. The tire impressions are marker 8. Here. Workshop overhang. Nine through 10 shotgun shells. This is where Paul Murdaugh was found deceased. 12 biological material. Mark a 13 bullet strike in gravel. Alec Murdaugh measurements. Okay. And this this is the dog kennel projectile here. They didn't put a marker for the chicken though. What happened to the chicken? Okay, so let me see the map. This is number 1. Okay, the storage room. That's what that looks like. Maggie 52 was found face down after being shot, according to a report by forensics expert. The Murdaugh's troubled son was also found face down, having been shot twice with a shotgun, not rifle used on his mom. He was first hit in the chest from several feet away, leaving him standing and heading for a door, before the second round in the neck and shoulder blew out his brain and immediately killed him. That's crazy, dude. Brain was severed and exited through anatomical right side of his head. Brain was completely detached from his head. Holy crap, dude. That's just... Because both mom and son died immediately, there would be no heartbeat pumping blood, and hence no expectorated blood, the forensic stated. Was that expectorated? Can range from blood streaking of sputum to gross. What is the meaning? Is the expectoration of blood or blood tinged sputum from the lungs or tracheal bronchial tree? Okay. Still, he reported that the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, face, and head would likely produce enough back spatter and would be within range to contaminate the shooter. Oh, this is that's number 1. Looks like the shed. Wow. Or the storage room. The report included pictures of showing blood on the ground where Paul was shot inside the dog kennels on the family's property. The wound to his mom would also be sufficient to produce back spatter, though likely not enough to contaminate the shooter, he wrote. Murdaugh's lawyers included the graphic evidence in a bid to throw out testimony about apparent spatter found on a t-shirt the high-powered lawyer wore that night. They accused the expert of changing his opinion and findings while also noting that Murdaugh had always admitted to being the one to find his kin in the bloody scene. The filing less than a week before Murdaugh's murder trial is set to start accuses prosecutors of having immediately decided Alex was guilty before anyone collected, investigated, or reviewed any evidence. Look at that shot right there. Damn. I'm about to say, who's over there standing right there? But I guess that's a mannequin. Look like a mannequin. Let me see here. The other thing, let me see if I can show. I've shown it a couple times. Somehow it's disappeared now all of a sudden. I had this right here. I had an overview picture of the property. Here it is. So this is the Murdaugh home here. The family, the entrance to the property. This is that Maggie and Paul's body are discovered next to the kennels on the family's property. So when they say storage, the storage thing we were looking at, let's see. Okay, it must be this one then. Yeah. This is storage, and then the workshop. So this map picture that they're showing us here, I guess it's this corner. This is maybe they can correct me, I guess. Storage room, dog kennels, and then they have this workshop overhang. Small animal cage. All right, so let's do this now. I want to play the oops. I want to do the jailhouse call because what they come back at 2:20. Do we have time to do this? I have a long 40-minute video, but I don't know if we have time to play that. 42 minutes. We got 30 minutes. We do have time, but the thing is, I might have to stop it short. So let's watch it. Let's start watching it. Thank you, Krista, for the membership.
Used to be weeks back in the good old days when I would have to find something to write about here in this quiet little town. I'm Michael DeWitt Jr., managing editor at the Hampton County Guardian. And then these Murdaugh incidents began, and things haven't been quiet since then.
Attorney Alec Murdaugh said he was shot in the head while changing a tire on this road in Hampton County, South Carolina. Then police arrested 61-year-old.
And we got to do that. I want to, at some point during the daily lives, I want to know more about the boat incident. And I want to know more about this guy. And this guy has to be, I'm going to check the witness list. Oh, wait a minute. I can't play this video. I got the warning that they're going to shut the stream down. Damn. Okay, yeah, I can't play this. Damn, they caught on that shit quick. Hopefully the stream doesn't get shut down. All right, so we'll do something else. Then I'll do the Jailhouse video, and if I could, I'm gonna have to find something else as far as documentary wise. I want to know more about the boat incident, and I want to know more about this guy. What's this guy's name? Pull up his name here. Curtis Eddie Smith. All right, so let's do this first. The Jailhouse audio. This is from Fitz News. We're still here, right? We're not shut down? Okay, we're still here. Yeah, what matters is we don't get shut down. Let's play this. I found this this morning.
I get off of daily.
So this is Alex and his son Buster.
I get off of daily to sell my sneakers.
Yeah.
I got, those bright pink sneakers?
Yeah.
You think I'm joking, don't you?
No, I don't think you're joking.
I mean, every single day. Want to sell them sneakers for some canteen? Anyway. I mean, it ain't no risk often. I promise you that. But, I mean, shit I brought on myself, I can take it.
Or is there anything, when I get home, I can mail anything to you, like access or something like that?
Mail. I mean, the food's so bad, but Jim put some money on this canteen, so hopefully, I ordered it today. They say hopefully it'll come Monday.
What is it?
Little food like Pop-Tarts and some potato chips and stuff that you eat. I mean, this food, you can't eat it in the jail.
Yeah.
But I lost 10 more pounds, 5 more pounds. I'm about 215.
Oh my goodness.
But anyway, the funniest thing is every day, I have my sneakers, my bright orange sneakers,
Yeah.
And every day, I mean, hey man, you want to sell them sneakers for some canteen? I swear, everywhere I walk, somebody says, hey man, you want to sell them sneakers? Hey man, sneakers for some canteen? Hey, I've seriously considered it.
And so the woman that you hear as well, that's Liz Murdaugh. And so I believe that's, the Dig say that's the sister, I think. And I'll find something maybe for Monday. I'll find something that we can. I don't want to chance getting the stream shut down. Something told me to pay attention to the studio in case I get a warning, because sometimes they'll give you a warning before actually shutting it down. And so they might copy claim the video, but at least it won't get shut down. That's what matters. But yeah, so that's Liz Murdaugh, and he's gonna talk about his weight and stuff like that too. Diggs told me sister-in-law, married to the John the brother. Okay, sister-in-law.
If I had any other shoes, I promise you I would have done it. Yeah, I mean, I'm doing good. Good as you can. Shit, I mean, just dealing with it,
Yeah, I understand.
Drive your ass crazy, but I mean, I wish I had a recording to play you some of the noises you hear at night.
Really?
Coming from these fools. But
I gotcha.
Yeah, I still get offered daily. Somebody tries to buy my shoes.
Yeah.
Well, you gonna sell them to somebody?
You don't know how close I've come. If I had any other shoes, Jim put some money on my canteen on Wednesday, so I ordered some stuff, and you get it on Monday, they say. But I mean, man, this food, God, you can't imagine what the food's like in here.
I bet it's pretty rough.
I mean, I try to make myself eat. Number one, it's everything, I mean, it's very little meat. It's and there's no salt, no seasoning, no nothing. It's all you can do to choke your shit down. It's a lot of beans, A lot of beans and carrots and shit like that.
Right.
So, anyway, I've been trying to do push-ups and sit-ups in my cell.
Have you sold your shoes yet?
No, not yet. I was getting ready to, though, man, because, shit, I got one pair of socks. They're so nasty now, but I can't wash them. Because then your feet get cold at night. But I ordered me some tube socks from the canteen, so I got me 2 pairs of tube socks coming Monday.
So do you live by yourself, or do you have, like, cellmates?
I don't know. I mean, that's one thing. I have, like, I have no interaction of any substance with anybody other than, 30 seconds with some of the trustees and, a little bit of interaction with the guards. I mean, I have a whole pod to myself. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 rooms in my pod. I have a little TV at the end of the hallway, but there's only one channel.
So there's nobody else in there?
No.
Well, is that because you're, like, being held because there's a judgment coming up, or?
Nah, it's for my safety, because I'm all over the television and TV, and I mean they've been very nice to me in here. I will be the first to say that they have been wonderfully nice to me, very courteous. I mean,
well, then if you got no interaction, then how do people offer you money for your shoes?
Well, because I was in a different pod to start with, where there were other people in cells. Like there's, I'm in the medical ward is where they put me, even though I'm not medical, because there's like 6 different pods, and there's like 5 cells in each pod, 6 cells, and then there's 10, 12, 15 cells in the big pod. But I was in a smaller pod straight across, right, like pod B, and there were people in the other cells. So, because my COVID test hadn't come back yet, I was only getting out once a day for an hour out of my cell. Is all I was getting out. And so this nice guard moved me across to a new pod where I'm the only person in the pod, so I get to come out, in the mornings for a couple hours, but no, not really the mornings. You get to come out afternoons for several hours, and then go back up and then come out again, for several hours in the evening. But
I got you. I don't know why, but I figured you were in like gym top or something like that.
Nah.
Well, that's probably for the best.
But I don't know what's going on, but there's some big weekend where the Bloods and the Crips kill each other. So this is the first time I've been out of my thing in, I don't know, a while. I've been on lockdown all week. So I don't know when I'm going to get the call again. I just didn't want you to worry about me.
Okay. How do you know that this is a big weekend that gangs kill each other?
Because I asked a guy, I was like, we've been on lockdown since, the only times I've been out of my cell were to go see Jim. The other day, and to go, I don't know, some medical thing. And I was like, well, are we going to get out of our,
I saw, somebody said in the chat, Low Country is the doc on HBO. I think I might watch it this weekend because I have HBO. It comes with my AT&T fiber optic. I think it was like a free thing that came with it included. I think it's HBO, so I might watch it this weekend and see. I heard it's really good. Kels, I think I'm gonna be streaming the trial. The trial. I mean, we've been having okay numbers. We've been having okay numbers, and I'm kind of enjoying it. Yesterday was a little bit slow. I think today's picked up more. If it's 3 weeks long, I think I can handle it. Like we did Johnny Depp, and that was 6 weeks. And by the end of that, I was so burnt out. People were like, "Oh, you got to do the watch that they do at the end of the thing, jury watch or whatever they call it." I said, hell no. I'm not. Call me when they come with the deliberations. I'm not hanging around for 8-10 hours a day for that. I was done. Done. I think like I was saying earlier, I'll just do better care of myself this time. Like just making sure I eat and like stretch out and like do those little things. It's just moving around. It's just, because I used to sit at my desk for long periods of time when I was working at my previous job. I think it's just a matter of just moving around, stretching legs out and stuff like that. So yeah, that's true. So Sheer Bear says, I thought he was gay. Girlfriend ? Supposedly Diggs, I think, got this from an article, and it said, I guess, that this is his girlfriend or something. So I don't know. I don't know if he's swinging multiple ways or something. Let me see here. Let me play this and then we'll call.
Out of our things today, and he's like, nah, this weekend is, and he called it something. And I'm like, what is that? And he said, that's a big, something with the blood. And, they fight and, I don't know, kill each other. I don't know. I ain't seen no blood where I'm at, but. Are you with John?
No, I'm not.
Are you at Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Can you call John? I got 2 minutes and I'm not going to be able to make another call. I need $28 on the canteen because it's Thanksgiving. The deadline is 10 o'clock in the morning, so I need to order it tonight because I'm not going to get out in the morning.
Okay. I'll
$28. Somebody tried to send me a book, and I got a notice that said somebody tried to send you a book. It's contraband. If they don't pick it up, it's going to be destroyed. But I figured it would be.
Yeah, Liz said she was going to try it and see if they would let it through. She did that first day you called us about that. We were kind of trying to see what they were going to allow. But they apparently have a library there that all of y'all have access to. I don't know what they got in it and what they don't. But we've also found out that we might be able to donate books to it if they don't have anything you like. But you got to figure out how to get to it.
Yeah, I'll try to figure that out.
And I don't know, because they're keeping you kind of, it's like the medical wing or something, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, but, I mean.
It's not in the regular.
No, I mean.
Ooh, he getting that special treatment.
They changed my classification, so.
Oh.
I'm not in the cell all the time.
You got that money, bruh. How you get away with murder, allegedly? Look at OJ. You got that money. Those connections, those cops scared of you.
Good. You got to get out and be able to do something.
I mean, it's like 3 hours, and
I can't imagine not having anything to read, not having a game to play or anything.
This old trustee, one-legged dude named Clarence, he moves himself around on a wheelchair. He's been helping me get books and all stuff, but they about to run out. So
I'm sure.
I mean, I'm not kidding you. I bet I've read 15, 18 books in short order.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's the only thing you got to do, really.
Well, I started exercising too, so I'm on my 11th day, and I mean I can already tell a difference. So I can already tell a difference, so that's good. And I'm doing more and more each day.
Yeah, a little bit more. At least it'll keep you in semi-decent shape, because I know the food's not good. You said you were eating snacks too much, but...
No, the food, I've been trying to quit eating because, I mean, you know...
But you got to have something that's decent. I mean, you got to have something that has some flavor, yeah.
Oh, my God, you don't know how bad this food is. I've seen anything like it. Hey, you think hospital food's bad? I'm telling you now. I would damn... go to Richmond.
The hospital food's good, huh?
For three squares a day.
Did you get your money submitted for whatever that was?
Yeah, I did. Thank you.
What is that? Like you get to buy like an actual dinner or something?
Now, here's the way it works. All right, so the canteen isn't like a room you go to and use a vending machine. All right, the canteen is you go to this kiosk. You know what a kiosk is, right?
Yeah.
It's like a little computer machine out.
I know what a kiosk is.
All right, so you go to the kiosk and you place your order. All right, and you can order any array of things like hygiene products, this, that, and the other. Then they got, all these foods, potato chips, a bunch of varieties of potato chips, summer sausage, beef sticks, crackers, and you can order, but you can only order $60 worth. And you order, you have to order by Wednesday, and the canteen delivers on Monday. So on Monday, they bring you a big bag of whatever you ordered.
So you got $60 per transaction, or like $60 a week, or
a week? $60 a week.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Am I catching you at a bad time? Buster said you were downstairs.
Yep, I'm just doing my Peloton exercise. Have you exercised today?
Huh?
Have you exercised today?
Not yet, I hadn't, but I tell you this, I did so hard over the weekend, and yesterday, my knee started hurting really bad, and so I hadn't done it yet today. I've been waiting, but I've been doing them mountain climbers every day.
Yeah.
Yes, I have.
Awesome.
Huh?
Well, do they have a little weight room or anything for y'all?
No, they don't have no little weight room for us. They might have one. They got a weight room in the prison, in the jail. They got one out there that some people can use, but we can't use it.
Well, did you find the library?
No, I ain't found no library yet either. I did get a letter that said that the book, is considered contraband. Hopefully, I don't know. I hope I get out of here.
Oh, that's it. Ooh. Man. Let's see here. Alec Murdaugh is seen talking to cop and wearing clean white t-shirt moments after he found his wife and his son shot dead in pools of blood at his hunting lodge. Body cam footage from night of double murder is released, even though we haven't seen it. What? Okay. New images from police body cam footage show Alec Murdaugh wearing a clean white shirt on the night of his wife and son's murder. It lines up with the police testimony that the disgraced attorney had no signs of blood after calling 911 about the bloody double murder. Prosecutors alleged Murdaugh shot his wife, Maggie, and younger son, Paul, in his South Carolina hunting lodge to distract from his legal troubles. All right. This is despite first responders in court Thursday describing in gruesome detail to the jury how his wife and son had been found in pools of blood after they were shot in the head, with his son's brains blown by his ankles. Prosecutors allege that Murdaugh carried out the murders to gain sympathy and distract attention from his damning financial crimes. His clean-looking white shirt has been scrutinized during the 5th day of his trial. That shit glistening, shining, bro. That shit got like a sparkle to it, Mr. Sparkle. New images from police body cam footage show Alex's wearing a clean white shirt on the night of his wife and son's murder. Oh, so this is a nice picture we can see here too. explosive testimony in murder trial. So we saw this detective Rutland, Laura Rutland, and it was interesting. She says how Murdaugh remained clean despite telling officers he touched the bodies to check their pulses. And this is why the defense was trying to argue, but did he say where he touched their bodies to check the pulses, you know? Rutland confirmed that Murdaugh told police he checked Paul and Maggie's body for a pulse when he found them, but that the disgraced legal scion didn't have a speck of blood on him when officers arrived. She said his hands, arms, t-shirt, shorts, and shoes were all clean. And, you know, they were trying to argue, but it's khaki. And she's like, yeah. And he's like, but what color is that? And she's like, okay, green khaki. And so I guess they feel like they got her on that, even though khakis, to me, khaki typically is that beige color, but khaki has, if you type in Google khaki, there's all kinds of colors. And so you can refer to khaki as, if you're thinking in color, but usually typically khaki to me is like a specific type of shorts and pants that come in a variety of colors. I mean, you can look on websites, the fact check websites, which I kind of like take those sometimes with a grain of salt. Is khaki considered green? It depends on who you ask. Strictly speaking, when referring to the color, the term khaki refers to specific shades of brown. That means that khaki in a sense cannot be used to describe shades of green. However, as with all things, styles and definitions evolve today. Khaki is not only used to refer to a specific color, but also a style of clothing. So it really depends. I don't think this was like the needle in the hay. Wait, is that the right word? Not the needle in the haystack. The knife in the coffin? Knife in the coffin, right? Whatever. It is the individual that you described as clean head to toe sitting in this courtroom? And she said, yeah, he's sparkling. That motherfucker's sparkling. Shouldn't say that. Defense attorney Jim Griffin, however, questioned how Murdaugh could have been clean. Questioned how Murdaugh could be clean of any blood if he allegedly shot and murdered his son and wife. All right, so yeah, if he did all this shit, how is he so whatever clean and stuff? Suggesting that the defendant should have been covered in blood and brain matter. When questioned again by prosecutors, Rutland said it looked like Murdaugh changed clothes following the murders. Ooh, and you know they didn't like that shit. When they said that, when she said that, ooh. She also noted that it was odd that Murdaugh was sweating, but was sweating when police arrived, but his clothes were dry. Suggesting that he just put that shit on.
Is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to take the pulse of Maggie and Paul, is the individual in this courtroom who told you he tried to turn Paul over, told you that once, twice, is the individual in this courtroom that you took that statement from, that we saw in this video, in this courtroom, and is the individual you described as clean from head to toe in this courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Please point him out for the jury.
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a grayish-brown jacket and a white shirt.
Your Honor, we'd like the record to reflect she has pointed out the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
It does.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Wait, please don't do that. Whatever the next clip was coming up, it had a warning. So I don't know. That was pretty interesting that happened earlier. I don't think we need to get into the rest of this. I hope they release the rest of this stuff. They're working on it. The body cam stuff, they said they're working on it. They're just redacting. So, but supposedly there was specks of blood on the shirt. So this shirt, I forgot. Somebody sent me this article. I gotta find the actual article. I guess after they got done testing this shit, they tore up the shirt. Like it's unusable now. Look at this shit. Let me see if I can find the article. I have so many tabs open. Might have been Mo, or I don't know if somebody sent me this. It's gone now to the abyss of tabs. Ooh. Alec Murdaugh sobs in front of surviving son. Oh, yeah. Huh. He's been crying the entire time. Now, how do you guys feel about the crying? Do you think, does it gain sympathy? Does it show the human side? the you know, compassionate side that, you know, maybe he feels he's sobbing for his deceased family, or is he sobbing for himself? We do a little poll. I don't know where I got this raggedy t-shirt picture from. I got it from somewhere, but I think it was an article, but they were saying how I think they've gotten through it got tested so many times that there's nothing left to test. Let's do a little poll. Alex tears. Official. I don't know how to word the poll actually. Okay, maybe helps people sometimes, especially like with the jury. Like, what are you thinking? Helps. Just let's keep it simple. Helps with jury case. Hello? Okay, thank you. Bye. Sad for himself. That helps with jury in case. Sad for loss. Faking. I added faking it, but he's clearly crying. But I don't know how or what you know what it's for. And Dig sent me the article. I got a couple of minutes before I have to go. They're coming back at 2:20. So I think I might be able to be back before they come back. But I will leave it up on the screen. I'm glad that we didn't get the stream shut down. We were able to keep it alive. Oh, it's a video. They say you got me an article. I see a video. Okay. Let me do that. Oh, it's a video. Okay. I think it's a video. Come on.
South Carolina, where accused double murderer Alec Murdaugh is scheduled to be in court on Friday for a pretrial hearing, and our cameras will be there for this. Prosecutors say that the disgraced former attorney shot and killed his wife and his youngest son in June of 2021, and his murder trial is set to begin in mid-January. The defense wants to move as quickly as possible. Murdaugh's defense team filed a motion taking issue with some blood spatter testing that was done on a T-shirt that Alec Murdaugh was wearing when he says he found Maggie and Paul shot to death at their hunting home. 2 reports were prepared by a forensic expert for the state. One found no stains. They looked at it as, no, nothing here consistent with the blood spatter from a gunshot. Then, reported, according to the defense, there was a meeting with state officials, and they issued another report, and in that report they found 100 stains from backspatter from the gunshot. The problem is that T-shirt has now been consumed by testing. Still with us, Chris Ann. Listen, First you don't find anything, now you find all these stains. Okay, we'd like to look at it ourselves. Oh, there's nothing left of the t-shirt. It's
Right.
been...
That's the issue that's going on. Yeah, thank you for that video, Dix. That's one of the problems is that, like, I guess they had tested this thing to hell. This shit is it's raggedy, whatever they did to it, whatever. And now the defense couldn't send their own people to, I guess, do their own testing.
Tested and tested to the point and cut up to where now they claim there is no t-shirt to test. Should this t-shirt be allowed?
I think if it's a critical piece of evidence, and I think it is, the defense should make a motion to have it omitted from any presentation that the prosecution makes, because the prosecution should have known that this would be necessary for the defense to try to poke the reasonable holes. And for them to not preserve it is kind of shady, and it is not something that the judge is going to look at lightly, because they should have known to preserve that evidence. Everyone is entitled to evidence, even when it's exculpatory evidence. The DA is even under more of an obligation to present everything, even if it doesn't work in their favor. Why did they not preserve this t-shirt?
And Chris Ann, we'll get the...
That's a bad look for them. It's true. All right, so I'm gonna head out I'm gonna leave the stream up. I'm gonna have the thing running in the background. Let me see right here. So I am gonna have this with the volume on. So oh no, wait, that's not it. No? What it? Here it is. There was one time we were doing the Johnny Depp thing where I left, right? To go, and before I had to go further to pick up Maddie. But this time it's a lot closer. But I left and I had two streams running in the background for the trial as a backup, and I forgot to mute one of them. And so that thing was double playing while I was gone. The chat was going crazy. Hundreds of people left. People were upset. Mel. It was a mess. So I try to make sure if I can. I'm just gonna close the extra tabs that I'm not using. I just don't want anything to backfeed or loop while I'm gone. Oh, we gotta watch that when we get back. And I have enough to clip for a video that I can post later too, which is gonna be funny. I'm gonna talk to the mods later too, because if they can clip the funny moments for me, so I can post it. Not now. It's too late. I did some timestamps, but if you can do that YouTube clip thing, so it's easier for me to check it later throughout when we're doing the trial, because then I can make a little short video to post later. That'd be good. Because I gotta do the data seal stuff too. But all right, so I'm gonna be back. Oh, and I almost didn't unmute it. It's unmuted. Okay. I will be back like in about 10 minutes, but it doesn't start till 2:20. They said they're coming back, so I should be coming back right then. All right, we're good. We're live. Okay. And I'm gonna charge the headphones too while I'm gone.
You may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Your Honor. All right, Agent Worley. I think we left off talking about some items in the feed room.
That's right.
That being items 17 and 14. I think in this baggie that you had cut open earlier, item 14 is in that bag.
Yes.
And item 14 is the pellets from the feed room floor that you collected.
Yes, that's right.
And how do you know that that item contains those pellets?
It's my handwriting on the envelope and the description of what I collected with the date, time, and my initials, and my initials and the date on the seal tape.
Okay. And does that item appear to have been opened or tampered with since you collected it?
It was opened by I believe, the firearms examiner.
Okay. And then item 17.
Yes.
Exhibit 20, the pellets from the feed room floor, and State's Exhibit 18, the swabs from the door of the feed room into evidence.
Says the defense.
Sorry, no objection.
You're admitted.
All right, Agent Worley, let's move on to Maggie. Did you have a chance to observe her body?
I did.
And where was it located?
She was just past the workshop overhang near the doghouse.
And when you first got out there, could you see her body or was it covered?
It was covered with a pink sheet.
I'm back.
I'm going to show you states 52, states exhibit 50, states 48, and states 47. If you could take a look at those and tell us what, in general, they just depict.
These were photos of Maggie, the way she appeared when we arrived on scene, still covered with the pink sheet.
And are those true and accurate depictions of the crime scene where Maggie Murdaugh was found when you were out there?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer states exhibits 52, 50, 48, and 47 into evidence.
Your Honor, we don't have any objections to these, but I think we need to go through this process, at least on 2 of them, to have them submitted under seal and a placeholder put in effect. Am I wrong about that?
Your Honor, at this time, we would move states 52 through 48 and 47 into evidence.
Says the defense.
No objection.
Get it.
And I don't have an objection to either, and number, whatever that is.
Your Honor, we will seal states exhibit 50 due to its graphic nature and prepare that placeholder.
No objection under those circumstances.
Admit it.
Agent Whirley, this is states exhibit 47. If you could kind of describe that to the jury.
That's a photo showing Maggie's body lying on the ground with the sheriff's office canopy over her, looking toward the overhang for the workshop, and you can see the kennels off to the right.
Okay. And these pictures are kind of hard to see on the screen. Is Paul's body also in that shot?
You can sort of see the pink sheet that's over him, yes.
Like over in front of the feed room door?
Right.
And then Maggie's is in front of this ATV?
Yes, that's right.
And states exhibit 48?
That's looking from a different angle of Maggie, the doghouse in the background, the workshop overhang, and the ATVs to the right.
And then states exhibit 52.
That was after Maggie's body was removed from the area.
This is states 50 submitted under seal.
Different angle of Maggie's body, I believe still covered by the pink sheet.
When you observed Maggie's body, where was she actually, what wounds did you observe?
She was lying face down Her both arms bent at the elbow. Her right arm was bent toward her face. Her left arm was bent underneath her body. Her legs were straight out behind her.
This time I'll publish State Defendant's Exhibit 2, which is under seal. Is that how her body appeared to be on the scene?
Yes, that is.
Now, when the body was moved, did you notice anything?
We located another cartridge case on the ground, approximately where her right knee had been.
So she was laying on top of a shell case?
That's right.
All right. And did you collect that item?
Yes, we marked it as marker 7, photographed it, and collected it.
And what, do you recall what kind of round that was?
It was a 300 blackout.
Mr. Worley, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this baggie, and if you can, remove item 7.
I'm back, guys. I'm back. Let's see what's going on. Just a couple of minutes, I guess. I think today's been more interesting.
No objection, Your Honor.
Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 68, item 7, the 300 blackout recovered under the knee of Maggie Murdaugh. How do you know that is that?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it. My initials and the date on the seal tape.
And I'm going to show, this time I would move State's Exhibit 68 into evidence.
Submitted without objection.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And is that what is that a picture of?
It is item 7, cartridge case, located at marker 7 before we collected it.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate depiction of that casing at the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move State's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Is that what you just showed me? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. No objection.
It's admitted.
And this is the shell casing here, shell case?
Yes, it is.
And this is a picture of it is located at the crime scene, correct?
That's right.
Now, did you collect some other shell cases while you were out there?
Yes, we did.
And if we're looking in some of these pictures, you see the little yellow placards there. I don't know if we can see them that well on the screen here. What do each of those placards indicate?
Those are the evidence markers that the sheriff's office placed on cartridge cases that were on scene. Markers 3, 4, and 5 were all the same 300 blackout cartridge cases.
So, how many blackout cases did we recover from the scene?
I believe it was 5.
And did you collect the cases that were at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And that would be items 2 through 6?
2 through 7, yes.
2 through 7. And we already have items 7 up there. So do you have items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 there?
Two, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And what are items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6?
They are all cartridge cases, head stamped SNB 300, AAC, BLK, collected from markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
And in this case, does the item number correspond with the case where the marker was?
It does, yes.
And can you take a look at these pictures? That's going to be State's Exhibit 60, 62, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, and 54, and also 53. And can you tell us in general what we see in those pictures?
These photos show each of those markers 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, and before we collected the evidence. And also marker 13.
And are those true and accurate depictions of where 300 blackout shell cases were on the scene?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would offer State's Exhibits 62, 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55, 54, and 53 into evidence.
Show them to the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are those the ones that you saw? Okay.
They're admitted without objection.
There's like snippets of the body cam being released. I'm trying to see.
Jail cases that were collected. Did you collect them and put them in these little envelopes?
Yes, I did.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, I'm going to get you to take a look at these cases one more time. This being now marked as Tate's Exhibit 63. If you could tell the jury what that is.
This is a cartridge case, 300 blackout from marker 2.
And how do you know this is the 300 blackout cartridge case that you collected from marker 2?
That's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
What about for Tate's 64?
The 300 blackout cartridge case that I collected from marker 3. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Tate's Exhibit 65.
Cartridge case collected from marker 4, 300 blackout. Has my handwriting with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, and the initials, my initials on the seal.
66.
It's the 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 5. It's my handwriting, my date, time, and initials, and my initials on the seal.
And then it's Tate's 67.
The 300 blackout cartridge case from marker 6. It's my handwriting on the envelope with the date, time, and initials when I collected it, my initials on the seal.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move Tate's 63 through 67 into evidence.
They're admitted.
And Agent Worley, what did you do with these cases once they were collected on the scene?
I sealed them in those coin envelopes that are in there with them. I transported them to the lab at SLED.
And when you got them to the lab at SLED, what did you do?
I transferred most of the evidence from the scene to one of the crime scene lieutenants, Lieutenant Todd Shank.
And does he take those items and put them in some sort of secure location, or what happens to them?
He would have logged them into our database and transferred them wherever they were going in the lab for analysis.
Right. I'm going to turn your attention now to what's previously been admitted. It's Tate's Exhibit 49, which I believe is admitted under seal. Now, if we take a look at this picture, you can see those yellow placards. Placard 2, I believe, would correspond with item 2, which has been marked as Tate 63.
Yes, that's right.
And Tate's Exhibit 53 here. What are we looking at here?
That's that cartridge case at marker 2 before we collected it.
And Tate's Exhibit 54.
That's a close-up of the same cartridge case at marker 2.
Oops, where's that page? Okay, so marker 2. All right, then we'll move to Tate's Exhibit 55.
So markers 3 and 4, the cartridge cases at those markers before I collected them.
Okay, and I don't know if the jury can see those cases there. Agent Whirley, Your Honor, may I have permission for Agent Whirley to step down and point those 2 cases out to the jurors on this TV here?
Yes.
Right here is the one at marker 3, and then the one at marker 4 right here.
Okay. And while you're here, Agent Whirley will put up State's Exhibit 58. And in that picture, if you could point out any items of interest for us.
These are the cartridge cases at markers 5 and 6.
And
Not sure if I can see the one at 5. The one at marker 6 is right here.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 59 is a close-up there of,
Yes, this is the cartridge case at marker 5.
all right, Agent Whirley, if you can take your seat, please. Thank you. Okay. State's Exhibit 66.
Yes.
And then let's go back here to State's Exhibit 58. Also in that picture, does it look like we might have some brain matter and some hair in that picture?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 56.
It's the cartridge case at marker 3 before I collected it.
And then State's Exhibit 64 is the actual shell case that was collected.
That's right.
State's Exhibit 57.
That's the cartridge case at marker 4 before I collected it.
And State's Exhibit 65.
Yes,
So that's the actual case that was collected.
it is.
And then finally here we have State's Exhibit 60.
That's the cartridge case at marker 6 before I collected it.
And what is also in that picture?
It's possible brain matter.
And State's Exhibit 67.
Yes, that's the same cartridge case.
That's the cartridge case that was collected.
Right.
Now, also, was there some kind of defect or something in the gravel that y'all inspected?
Yes, at marker 13 that the sheriff's office had placed, there was a disturbance in the gravel area that we dug into that area. We presumed it was a bullet strike where a bullet had hit, so we dug into that area.
And did you find anything when you were looking?
Yes, we found several metal fragments.
And Agent Worley, what did you just remove from this baggie from the crime lab?
These are the metal fragments that I collected from in the ground at marker 13.
And how do you know those are the metal fragments you collected?
They look familiar. It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Thank you. Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of bullet fragments at the crime scene?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 62 into evidence.
Okay.
You admit it?
And also for ID purposes only, State's Exhibit 102, the bullet fragments.
Okay.
It's admitted for ID only.
And Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 62, if you could tell the jury what is on that placard there.
Those are the metal fragments that we collected from the ground at marker 13.
All right, so what else did you see around Maggie's body while you were investigating the scene?
There was in the doghouse, the side that was facing her, there was appeared to be a bullet defect in the side of the doghouse.
Okay. Was there an ATV parked under that shed?
Yes, there were two.
Did you notice anything about the ATV?
There's appeared to be suspected biological material on the front of the ATV, sort of low down on the front of it.
And where was that ATV in relation to Maggie's body?
I believe it was off near her left side.
I showed you State's Exhibit 49. Would that be the ATV?
Yes, that's it.
Okay. And on the front of that on the ATV, there appeared to be tissues, you said?
Yes.
All right, now you mentioned the doghouse. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 75, 74, and 73. How do you recognize those pictures?
These show the front of the doghouse and then a projectile that we collected from a dog bed that was inside the doghouse.
Are those true and accurate depictions?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's Exhibit 75, 74, and 73 into evidence.
72, no objection.
Along with Exhibit 72. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 72, if you could tell the jury where that doghouse you were talking about is that in that picture?
It is. It's more in the background of that picture.
And again, these pictures are kind of hard to see here. It would be in this area right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes, that's it.
And State's Exhibit 73.
That's
that?
That's the front of the doghouse.
Okay, then State's Exhibits 74.
That was the projectile that was in the bedding of that dog bed that we recovered.
And then State's Exhibit 75.
And that is the projectile that we collected from the dog bed.
And I believe that projectile may be in this bag you have here. Is that item 12?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And how do you know item 12 is that projectile?
It's my handwriting on the envelope, date, time, and initials when I collected it, and my initials on the seal.
Okay. Do you know anything else about that projectile besides that it's the one that you collected from the doghouse?
No.
Projectile. Witness been out for a while now. SLED.
The item number 12, State's Exhibit 76, into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And Agent Worley, this would be State's Exhibit 76.
Yes, that's
the
it.
round collected from the doghouse.
That's right.
All right, now, after you had went out to the crime scene, did you make a diagram to kind of, you know, piece together the evidence where you could see everything and how it kind of relates to each other?
I did. On scene, I do a rough sketch showing where evidence was located, where the victims were located. I take measurements to show where things are in relation to each other.
And when you made that diagram, is it to any kind of scale?
No.
Your Honor, this time the state removes State's Exhibit 77 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
Permission to publish. Hey, Agent Worley, is this the diagram that you created after being out there on the crime scene?
That's the final diagram I created with a computer, yes.
Your Honor, may Agent Worley step down to kind of go through the diagram with the jurors? Thank you. All right, Agent Worley, if you could just kind of walk the jurors through the crime scene using this diagram here.
We have Maggie's body here, Paul, just outside of the feed room.
You have to
Markers,
speak up a little bit.
marker 1 and markers 9 and 10 inside the feed room. And then we had markers 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 underneath her right knee. 8 tire impressions in the dirt underneath this overhang. Marker 12 was suspected biological material. And then marker 13 where we dug the metal fragments out of the gravel.
Okay, thank you, Agent Worley. Now, you just mentioned some tire impressions being here at item 8. What do you know about those?
They went straight through where the overhang was, went from one end to the other.
Did you do any kind of analysis on those tire impressions?
We photographed them with examination quality photographs on scene. I never had any, I guess, test impressions of any tires to compare them to do actual comparison in a report, no.
And why was that? Why didn't you do any analysis on the tire impressions?
We concluded basically the gentleman who took care of the dogs, I forget his name, he parked there regularly, and his tires were consistent with the design of the impressions that were there in the dirt.
Okay, so you essentially, they figured out who the tire impressions were.
Right.
And it wasn't necessary for you to do any analysis there.
Yes.
Were you aware of any other tire impressions on the scene that you analyzed?
No.
As far as tire impressions in wet grass go, how would you analyze those?
All I would be able to do with that would be photograph it. That's not going to leave any kind of design characteristics from the tread of the tire in the grass. So I can't really do an analysis, a tire analysis of tire impressions like that.
All right, while you were on the scene, did you receive any items of evidence from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe?
Yes, I did.
And what was that item?
I took custody of a GSR kit, a gunshot residue kit that was collected from Alec Murdaugh.
Exhibit 13, the GSR kit that Agent Worley collected from Colleton County Sheriff's Office, Barnadoe.
Okay.
Get it?
Okay. Also, in the course of your investigation, did you gather some items of evidence from SLED agent Katie McAllister?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when did you collect those items from her?
On June 9th.
Okay. And what were those items?
Can I refer to my notes? I took custody of 3 shotguns, a rifle, fired and unfired ammunition, and empty boxes of ammunition.
And what did you do with those items when you took custody of them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
And all of this would, of course, be recorded on a chain of custody sheet.
That's right, yes.
All right, moving on.
Lord Almighty.
All right, Agent Worley, before we move on, the shotguns you collected, would those have been items 30, 31, 32, 33?
Yes.
Okay, and then you collected item 34, which was a 30-round magazine containing 300 blackout cartridges.
Actually, 33 was the night vision scope on the rifle,
Okay,
and 34 was the rifle.
okay. All right, and then what other items did you collect? With the numbers, please.
Okay. Items 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39, 5 cartridge cases, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK that were collected from the ground at side entrance door.
And then you collect item 40? From Katie McAllister?
Yes.
Okay, and what was item 40?
That was an unfired cartridge, head stamped SNB 300 AAC BLK, collected from a Remington 20 gauge shotgun shell box from shelving near gun storage rack.
And then item 45?
45 was an empty 20 round box of SNB 300 AAC BLK full metal jacket ammunition collected from the gun storage room.
And then items 46, 47, and 48.
Those were 3 empty ammunition boxes collected from the trash.
And then, I'm sorry, what did you say that you did once you received those items from Agent McAllister?
I transported those to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab.
Okay. Did you test fire or do anything with any of that evidence that you collected?
No, I didn't do any of that.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the Chevy Suburban that was on scene the night of the murders. Did you observe that vehicle when you got to the scene?
I did.
Yeah, this part for me, this particular thing is kind of slow. I'm hoping the defense picks it up. Whenever we get a break, we'll look at some of the video that was been released online. I'll probably make a video out of it, so you guys will have to bear with me. I'll when I record it, but we'll watch it together though when we get a break. This part is killing me. I did great all morning. I felt great. Now I'm kind of like dragging a little bit. And like Hoke said, they didn't fix it. They didn't resolve this shit. They didn't figure this out on lunchtime or whatever. Damn. God damn.
So I'll stand for a moment.
Yeah, come on, man. You go. Get these people out of here. What's wrong with y'all? Get shit together. Jeez. Even the judge is just like, enough of this bullshit. What is he making the? I don't know what he. Are they just giving him a break, maybe? Lord. Yeah, I know you guys with me. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Oh, man. They're stretching, moving around. Congregation is stepping out. Oh, man. Torture. I gotta get some games for the chat, man. We gotta figure out some. Can I fast forward? No. I can't fast forward. That's the advantage of like watching the trial after the day ends, because you can just skip through a bunch of stuff. Oh, Jesus. Pelosi's in underwear in that video? Nah, don't say so. Say it ain't so. It ain't so. Yo, it's dark and cloudy today. It looks like it's gonna rain. It hasn't rained yet. It's dark and gloomy. There's been that Tennessee thing is really blowing up out here. That Tennessee, I think these 5 cops beat somebody to death, and it's on camera. Apparently it's coming out tonight. I guess they're editing it. There's been press conferences. It's a big deal. Like these people, they're about to riot and protest in multiple cities. I heard there's red alerts. Like the shit's about to burn down. Thankfully, I'm in Florida, so I'm not gonna worry about that. But like, well, maybe Miami. Like Miami will trash Miami. The trash will trash the trash. But thankfully, I'm But it's about to go down. It seems like it. People are really upset, and it's a really messed up story. I don't know too much about it. I just watched one news clip. Maybe tonight after I take a little break. I don't know if they release. I don't even know if I can play it, but I think they're gonna censor it. I don't even know how to go about that, or if we'll have to do for that specific video. I'll scan it to see what they released. If the news is putting it on YouTube, then I guess it's okay to put it. Everybody stretch it. Stretch out. Stretch. Bullshit. They ain't got nothing figured out. Wasting my time. Bullshit.
You still want me to do that one? Or you still want me to do that one?
From the jury, what is the problem with the projector? Blurry?
Your Honor, with the overhead light on the L on out, I think we'll be able to see better. Without that light on, there was a shadow. It was difficult to see.
And I noticed they got a different stenographer today. What happened with the lady with the face mask and shit? Did they substitute? Oh, she right there. She look happy today. So this guy's old school. He's typing it out.
Okay, Agent Worley, if you don't mind taking a look at State's Exhibits 104, 96,
The death of Tyree Nichols,
97, 99, and 93.
Thanks, Leo. The courtroom's filling up. Interesting things are coming. Looks like the community is there. I feel bad for you guys that, you know, in the cities things might get bad, you know.
Okay. Or Exhibits 93, 99, 97, and 96, true and accurate depictions of the Chevy Suburban.
Yes, they are.
And State's 104, is that a true and accurate depiction of some ammunition that you located?
In the other vehicle, yes.
That was located in a white F-250?
Thanks, Woven.
That's right.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move State's Exhibits 104, 96, 97, 99, and 93 into evidence. We would also State's Exhibit 95 for ID purposes. Agent Worley, if you could open that up and tell us what kind of shell casing or shotgun or shot shell is that item 50?
Can I get scissors?
All those chairs in that courtroom look rough. It really looks like they just refurnished a church. All those chairs are Aki. It's not even comfortable for the witnesses to sit down. Even the people in the... It's all just rough. Aki, like kitchen chairs and shit. Or I don't know what's going on over there. Table chairs, here. What's going on? They don't even have a handrest for the witnesses. It's like awkwardly elevated. She's like towering. Everybody that sits there is like towering over the desk and weird. Why don't they do that shit for her? What is she doing? Oh my gosh, she's about to cut herself. Okay. Maybe she needs to be the one to open it. Safety hazard. SLED. Oh Lord. I would have just ripped that shit open. But you can't do that.
Okay, so what is State's marked for ID is State's Exhibit 95?
It's a 16 gauge shot shell, unfired.
A 16 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
Okay. Now I think when it was collected, it was marked as a 12 gauge shot shell.
That's right.
So what happened there?
I just made a mistake and I wrote 12 gauge instead of 16 gauge. It's clearly a 16 gauge.
Okay, and that is the shot shell that was collected from the floorboard of the back floorboard of the Chevy Suburban?
That's right.
Okay, and like you said, it is a 16 gauge instead of a 12 gauge.
That's right.
And it was just marked incorrectly.
Yes.
At this time, the state would move State's Exhibit 95 into evidence.
No objection.
As well.
Without objection.
Thank you, Honor. The state would also move State's Exhibits 83 into evidence.
They're all gonna have like messed up backs. by the end of the trial.
It's admitted.
And there,
Agent Worley, if you could take a look at State's Exhibit 83.
and I don't like to tower over my desk like that. I mean, I could be a little bit higher on here, but I don't want to be like towering like this over the shit. Like, imagine that. It's just so uncomfortable. But some people might like that though, right?
State's Exhibit 93. All right. If you could tell the jurors what's in State's Exhibit 93.
That's looking at the scene, the back of the Chevy Suburban there toward the right side.
And what side of the screen did you say the Suburban's on?
The right side.
And the Suburban was on the scene when you arrived, is that right?
Yes.
Now, when did you actually process that vehicle?
The vehicle was towed from the scene the morning of the 8th, and then we returned on the 9th to process the vehicle.
Okay. So on the scene that night, was that vehicle even searched to your knowledge?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. And so when you went to search it, what did you do?
We document it with photographs outside, inside, search for any evidentiary value items. If we locate them, we photograph them and collect them.
Okay. And what did you locate in the rear floorboard of that vehicle?
The 16 gauge shot shell was on the rear driver's side floorboard of the Suburban.
And that would be State's Exhibit 97
Yes, that's right.
and 96.
Yes.
Did you also process the vehicle to see if there was any blood in there?
We did.
Okay, and how did you do that?
We first looked at the vehicle with an alternate light source, see if we can see any indications of any blood in the vehicle. We followed that with a couple of different chemical procedures.
So did you swab some areas in that vehicle?
We did.
Okay. And what areas was that?
If I can refer to my notes again. There were 10 areas total. It was the lock, unlock buttons on the driver's door armrest, the driver's side running board below the driver's door, the driver's floorboard, the front edge of the driver's seat, steering wheel, center of the driver's seat back, the front passenger door above the armrest, the front passenger seat bottom, and the front passenger seat back.
And State's Exhibit 83 is the actual swabs that you took from that vehicle.
Yes, those are.
And were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
Were those swabs presumptive for blood?
Yes, they were.
And State's Exhibit 99 is where?
That's the steering wheel of the Suburban.
Later on, what did you do with those swabs that you collected?
I packaged them in separate envelopes, sealed the envelopes, labeled it with the description of what was inside the envelope, date, time, and initials of when I collected it, and I sealed it. And then before we transferred them to the lab at SLED.
And would you have submitted those to the lab for further analysis for blood?
Yes, that's right.
Later on, did you have another occasion to go back and process the Suburban?
I did, yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
I returned at a later date to retrieve the seat belt from the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. And why did you want to retrieve the seat belt?
For additional trace and DNA testing.
Okay. And when you retrieved that seat belt, what did you do with
It was removed from the vehicle, included the strap, the buckle, the receiver, and then there were some hardware components that we couldn't separate from the seatbelt itself. I packaged it, I believe, in a paper bag to transport it back to the lab at SLED. It would have been packaged additionally inside of a box at the lab and submitted for testing.
So you removed the whole entire seatbelt?
Yes.
All right, Agent Worley, State's Exhibit 100, which is a little heavier.
Oh.
That is the seatbelt you collected.
You want me to open it?
Yes.
I don't know. I guess they have to have her open this stuff on her own. I guess. Maybe because she worked on it or something. He has to be the one to unseal it. I just want to rip that shit like a Christmas present. Like a Christmas, I just rip it. I don't care about being neat and stuff like that. I just want to yank the shit. Even when I get new products, like computer shit, if I'm having a hard time, I hate those toys. Those damn toys these kids get now. They have those things like so sealed. I guess this was nobody that doesn't steal it. I've literally almost cut myself in the process of opening these things. You break the damn toy trying to open the stuff. There you go. God almighty. No gloves. Now we got another package to open up. Lord. Are you gonna open that? Oh my god. It's not her fault. But do they normally do this? Everybody has to just go through all the evidence and start opening it up in court? Has it been sealed the entire time or something? Now it's being opened? So no one can say the evidence was tampered with. Okay, alright.
All the way.
They'll reseal the boxes? To show it hasn't been tampered with. Damn, bro, this is serious, huh? Oh no, the 8-ball. Yeah, so let's just take a 30-minute break. Lot about it. But he didn't say how long though. Bro, they just switched to the clock. This thing's taking so long. They're struggling. Ugh. Oh my god. And are they gonna have to do that with all the evidence? Is that how it's gonna be each thing? Oh, they should just call it for today. Why don't they just call it? Please. I'm just kidding. How come there we go. The 8-ball didn't get back to me? What happened? Is there a limit to the 8-ball? That's disappointing. All right, so maybe we should do the camera releases then. I want to record it. We'll leave this with audio in the background, so in case they come back, we just type in Lord. Well, they got 11,000 people. Damn. All right. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what we gonna do. We gonna watch this body camera. When we watch this, I'm going to mention data seal. I won't play it here though. The video, I'll put it in the video that I'm going to edit, but I'll just mention it and then the video will play after. So I can just post it so I can say I did something for today. I have another video idea too that I wanted to do, short video, but I don't know how I'm going to do everything because I wanted to cover this thing tonight. Are they coming back now? Are they coming back? Daily Watcher Mel. Is she still opening it? According to Emily Baker, this I think Diggs told me this or Mo. I don't know. It's all blurring. One of them told me that Emily Baker had said that the judge had said that like nobody can do any kind of copyright for these streams, like Law and Crime. How you hear that they sometimes try to do that, they're not allowed to do it. That's what I had heard. All right, so let's do it up. Let's do this thing here. Let me just hide this for a second. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hide this. And I really hope we get to watch. It's not that, it's a couple minutes long, so we should be able to get through it. Boom. Let me put myself over here, I guess. All right. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Boom. All right, so we're going to check out this video release from Kathy Russin. I think she's with Law and Crime. We're going to start at the beginning. There's a couple of video clips that were put out. Interview, quite a few actually. Jesus Christ. Body cam, dash cam interview just received. So we're going to watch these, but make sure you check out DataSeal, the company that I use to protect my information from the crazy people online. Check out the free scan and also 5 off all by using the link provided in the comment section, in the description, tongue-tied. Let's check it out. There's no audio? What? No audio on this one. Okay. I feel like I need to take myself off the screen or something. Let's see. Look at his demeanor. That's the same white shirt. See the other clips. There we go. We got audio here.
And sir, what was your name? Yeah, Danny Henderson. Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
Check out the other ones too. We'll come back. What y'all think about that so far? All right. So.
Actually, and I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and
So this is the whole turning over thing, and we've been talking about this whole white shirt thing, which I'm gonna do a video separately on that. But we talked about it earlier because they were trying to say like, well, if you turn over, why is your shirt so white and clean? But then they're trying to say that the defense didn't get to test the shirt because the prosecutors messed it up with all the testing, but that supposedly there was microscopic blood. I don't know.
you know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly.
I don't know what y'all think, and especially compared to how he's in court now, compared to now.
You know,
I did. I touched them both.
Oh, he touched them both.
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take. I mean, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Esto un poquito raro. This is kind of strange. I don't know, bro. I mean, some people could say, oh, you know, he's in shock, and it's like, what do they call it? I don't know. Emotional trauma paralysis. Just making that up. It's kind of strange, though, man, especially from how he's been in court to what we're seeing here. I mean, you could argue different things. Next one.
What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
No Alec Murdaugh's clothes. A lot has been made of them. I think when I do the video, I'm going to put both the things together. The body cam and the whole discussion we had about the shirt, which is pretty interesting. This one's dubbed, "What made you come out here tonight?" I went to check on mom and dad. I knew Maggie had gone to the kennel. I went to my mom's for just a while. I tried texting Maggie, no response. When I got back, nobody was there. Drove up and saw them and called.
I did.
Did you touch Maggie at all? I did. I touched them both. I tried to take their pulse. I called 911 right away. She was very good. I got off the phone to call some family members. I called my brother Randy, brother John, and I tried. I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to run to Paul. Let me start again. I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started trying to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it down real quick. When I came back here, I pulled up and I could see them. I knew it was bad. It was really bad. Murder starts crying. In the car with Alex is Danny Henderson, lawyer with Parker Law Group. Okay. Interesting. We're still waiting, right? Okay, we're still waiting. Interesting, man. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, let's do a poll. What should the poll be? BL, I see your message. Let me see. Check. Oh, Brian Enton did one. Oh, let's do Brian Enton. This was way better. All right, let's do Brian Enton. Vamos a ver el Brian Enton. Brian Enton. The GOAT. This is Brian Enton. Oh, he did 7 minutes. Okay, what else? Hold on. Oh, 6 minutes, 6 minutes, 6 minutes. What? 7 minutes? All right. When we come back, we're gonna do this. We're gonna look at God. Brian Enton. Long crime over here putting out 30-second clips, 130-second clips. All right, we'll do.
Bring the jury.
Going doing like 30, 40, 30-second clips. Come on. Bullshit. 10-second clip, 30-second clip, 1 minute clip. Look at God. All right, let's see. I can't with this opening, the unboxing of this evidence, man, is crazy. Be patient. It's trial. So I'll wait to do the poll so we can watch the full video. I'll do the data seal read over again, and I'll include it for the video that I'm going to put together later. Ay, mi madre.
The jury is present.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, before we left off with that seatbelt.
The way she posted it too was all over the place. You can't even follow this shit.
Up so we can show the jury.
Oh, love. Oh. Kitty, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm gonna get the super chats when we get a break.
Okay, so if you could tell us, I mean, what we have there.
Seatbelt.
The entire seat belt, the strap, the receiver, the buckle.
Kind of stretch it out.
Where it was mounted on the side of the vehicle.
Okay, so that was all removed and submitted to the lab for testing, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Your Honor, the state removes case exhibit 100 into evidence.
Your Honor, I thought we agreed to mark these for ID until the person that did any analysis on it testifies. Did I?
Marked for identification at this time.
All right, if you'll turn your attention to the screen there, when you can set that seatbelt down.
Everybody stand.
Y'all also, in addition to doing a search on the Chevy Suburban, you did a search on the white 250 truck, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 104. Were those 300 blackouts found in the truck?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember where you collected those from?
I believe the center console.
And State's Exhibit 103. You could tell us, is that the 300 blackouts that we're seeing on the screen there that were collected?
Yes.
And how do you know those are the blackouts you collected?
It's my handwriting on the box with the date and time and initials when I collected it. My initials on the seal tape on the box.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit 103 into evidence.
I'm sorry, which?
It's the 300 blackouts that were found in the white F-250 that are projected on the screen.
They should just take the weekend.
That's the white
figure this out.
250 Paul's truck left on the side of the road?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
They're admitted.
Did y'all also process another vehicle, Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes?
Yes, we did.
Were any items of evidentiary value collected from that vehicle?
The only items we collected were 2 sets of swabs from the interior and 2 sets of swabs from the exterior door releases of the driver's door.
Did you attend the autopsies of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And did you collect any items during the autopsy?
I did.
And what were those?
I can refer to my notes.
Yes.
They were items that were collected during the autopsy that were transferred to me via chain of custody forms. From Maggie, I got clothes, fingernail clippings, projectile fragments.
Okay.
And from Paul, I also got his clothes, fingernail clippings, shotgun pellets, and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head, plastic wadding from left axilla or armpit.
And when you collected those items, what did you do with them?
I transported them to the lab at SLED and submitted them to the lab for analysis.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you items 66 through 69. Marks takes exhibits
You know what?
112, 111, 110, and 107.
I'm gonna do the iPhone update right now. Might as well. Throw it.
Are those items you collected from the autopsy?
Yes, items I took custody of at autopsy.
And what items are those?
The shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head. The plastic wadding from left axilla.
Would it help you to open that bag up?
And the projectile fragments from Maggie.
Okay, so if we'll take those items out one by one. Okay, so what is that item there?
This is item 66. Yeah, 66.
Okay, and what is that actually?
That is the projectile fragments that were collected from Maggie at autopsy.
Okay, and how do you know that?
That's how it's labeled.
Okay. We'll mark item 66 as takes
Damn,
exhibit.
we got a lot of bags too to go through.
112. Okay, also, what else do we have?
The item 69, plastic wadding from left axilla collected from Paul's autopsy.
Okay. We'll mark that item as takes exhibit 111. Okay.
And then I also have the item 67, 68, shotgun pellets and wadding fragment from left shoulder and head collected from Paul's autopsy.
This takes exhibit 110 for the shotgun pellets from Paul's autopsy.
Hey, we could almost just watch the body cam. I don't know if we'll miss something for leave. We could leave this to the side and watch the body cam. I don't know.
It's labeled with
I don't mind
67 and 68, the pellets and the wadding
No,
fragment.
I want to watch them open the
So
bags.
the pellets and the wadding fragment are both takes exhibit 110 from Paul Murdaugh, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And what else did you collect here? We got items 70 and 71.
'70 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie. 71 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Maggie.
Okay.
I mean, could do a poll. I don't know.
And those are marked as
Are we gonna miss anything? We skip this lady and watch the body cam?
takes
just leave it on the
exhibit
side?
251.
The best part of the day. You know,
What
I
is
was
that item?
enjoying the trial until you skipped that
This
part.
is a metal fragment that was collected. It was caught on the dress that I collected from Maggie's autopsy. I collected this metal fragment at the lab at SLED.
So you removed that metal fragment from the dress after the autopsy.
Yeah, let me ask you.
Right.
We'll mark that as takes exhibit 109.
And you continue to block the deal to
apologize, Your Honor. Sorry.
Item 72 is the left-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy, and 73 is the right-hand fingernail clippings from Paul's autopsy.
Bro, we just on day 2. Or this is whatever day this is. 5 or whatever they want to call it.
Marcus takes Exhibit 252. Then takes Exhibit 113. What does that appear to be?
The poll changes as more evidence comes forward and she has to open it. More boxes, bags. $70.30 right now.
This was a shotgun pellet that I found among Paul's clothing once I got the evidence back to the lab.
Thank you.
I love the process of the trial. I want to see this. It's exhilarating.
Finally,
Riveting.
we have takes Exhibit 36.
Uh-oh. How are you going to do this one?
This is Paul's shoes. You want me to open?
No, mess up the evidence. I'm surprised that's actually 30% of people that wanna continue. Good. Maybe it's almost over, right? How much longer can it be? Oh, now they're putting on gloves for the first time. Oh, is that what she whispered to her? Put on gloves. Oh shit, bruh. It's kind of a little bit late or something. I don't know. It's the last bit. Now she put on gloves. Oh, Lord. Wait till the defense get to this one. I do want to see the defense get this lady, though. Not that I want them to ream her, but it's been so, like, dreadful, this part, that I want to see what the defense got. Ratchet sneakers. I like New Balance though. You do want to put gloves on for that shit to protect yourself. You know what kind of hazardous.
Those are the shoes that you did the inked impressions of, the footwear, to compare to those bloody prints in the feed room?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would admit takes Exhibits 36.
We'll wait.
113, 252, 109.
Should be almost over.
251, 107, 110, 112, and 111 into evidence.
The other stuff was in evidence bag. I thought she held the bullet in her hand, didn't she? The shotgun shell? Or was that in the bag too? Alright, my phone's updated. Looks exactly the same. It could be. There's supposed to be security updates. They had some sort of BLM update too. I don't know what that's about.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the identification, but without the chain being completed, we would object to admitting them into evidence.
Which of those exhibits did not have any type of analysis done?
You know, I suspect they all did, but I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they were all analyzed in some way.
Okay, mark for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There's more? Are you sure you guys you don't want to change your vote?
Okay, Agent Worley.
Or is that the same stuff?
Also in this case, we just talked about Paul and Maggie's clothing. Did you analyze the defendant's clothing?
I did.
Okay. And I think we said earlier that his clothing was collected from Agent David Owen?
Yes.
And you received that clothing into your custody and submitted it into the SLED lab?
That's right. I took custody of the clothing before we left the scene.
So what kind of testing were you involved in regards to the defendant's clothing?
We processed the t-shirt and the shorts with LCV. It's a presumptive test for blood.
Okay. Now, what is LCV?
Leucocrystal violet is a presumptive test. Looks for hemoglobin component of blood.
Okay. So what happens when you put it on something?
If it's reacting to the presence of blood, it's a presumptive positive test, and it'll turn purple.
Can LCV react to other things besides blood?
It can.
Like what?
Bleach, rust, I think are the main ones.
Okay. All right, so when you process the defendant's clothing with the LCV, what did you find?
There were several areas of staining that we had a presumptive positive result, several on the front and a few on the back of the t-shirt.
And what about the shorts?
The shorts, there were a few on the front and back.
So when you got that presumptive test with the LCV, what did you do with the shirt then?
We documented the entire process with photographs, starting from taking it out of the package to before we did anything at all with it. We took photographs of the front, the back, inside and outside. Once we sprayed it with the LCV and saw all the stains that we saw on it, we rephotographed it again with a scale, without a scale first, then with a scale for each stain. Then we laid the shirt flat and labeled each of the stains with a letter and photographed it again with that letter and a scale in the photograph for each of the stains.
And you did that for the shirt and for the pants?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your analysis goes, after the shirt was processed and shorts were processed with the LCV, did you do any further analysis?
No, I did not.
Okay. And now after something has been sprayed with LCV, what happens to that object?
Over time, any area of the object that came in contact with the LCV will oxidize and the entire thing will be purple.
Okay. So like right now, if you sprayed this paper with LCV and it didn't turn like purplish blue, would it eventually turn purplish blue even though there's no blood on this paper?
Yes.
All right. Let's move ahead to the search of Moselle. Was that property eventually searched by yourself and other agents?
It was.
And when did that occur?
September 13th, 2021.
Okay. And that was several months after the murders took place in June?
That's right.
Okay. And what parts of the area or the residence were searched?
We searched the entire residence. The main focus was the gun room on the first floor.
Okay. So could you kind of, I guess, describe the property and the areas that were searched?
There's the main residence, and then also there was a cabin closer to the kennels that faced Moselle Road, and then also the workshop that was located near the kennels.
Okay. And is the residence a fairly large residence?
It is.
Okay. And you searched the entire residence?
Yes.
And you mentioned the focus was on a gun room?
Yes.
And where was that located in the residence?
It's on the first floor.
Did you find any items of interest in the gun room when you searched it?
We did collect several items from the gun room.
Was the workshop area of the residence searched out near the kennels?
Yes, near the kennels, yes.
Agent Worley, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116. Could you tell me if those are pictures taken during y'all's search that day?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions of the search of the residence of Moselle and the workshop area?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer State's Exhibits 124, 123, 122, 121, 120, 119, 118, 117, and 116 into evidence.
As a defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
Agent Worley, is State's Exhibit 116 a picture of the gun room there?
Yes, it is.
And State's Exhibit 117?
Yes.
It appears to have a pool table and a little workout bike in there.
That's right.
And do you recall whether this door in the picture exits to the outside of the house?
Yes, it does.
State's 118, is that the gun rack in that room?
Yes, it is.
Now, when y'all did the search in September, were any of those guns collected that day?
No.
So these are additional guns to the guns that had already been collected by SLED agents?
That's right.
Was there a lot of ammunition in that room?
There was.
Okay, about State's 119. Is that a box of ammunition?
Yes, it is.
Mixed ammunition?
Right.
In fact, was there, this whole bookcase we're looking at over here, was that just full of ammunition?
Yes.
An ammunition bookcase?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 120.
That was also on that bookshelf.
State's Exhibit 121.
Yes.
That is 300 blackout ammunition from this box.
That's right.
On the bookcase.
Yes.
And was some of this ammunition collected?
It was.
And you said you also searched the work shed or hangar out near the kennels?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 122. Is that ammunition that was found in the workshop?
Yes, it was in that red bin on the workbench.
Okay. And we see ammunition in a little, like a wire tub and then in this tray?
Yes.
Specifically in Exhibit 123, what types of ammunition was some of the ammunition that was located?
It was one unfired cartridge head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. It's the one on the left. And then the 4 unfired shot shells, head stamped 12 gauge Federal.
And item 124?
And those were the boxes of 300 blackout ammunition photograph.
And you said y'all collected some of those for evidence purposes?
Not at this one. No.
But some of the ammunition that y'all found was collected for evidence purposes, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you for indulgence, Your Honor.
Stand again while we're in indulgence.
Well, now. Everybody say, oh, God. Oh. So what are they going to do now? Unboxing more evidence stuff? I feel like I had a rancid piece of beef jerky. I'm going to get sick. Something tastes weird about that last piece. Is that possible? Can you have like a rancid piece of beef jerky? It can't be rancid, though, right? Because the way they, what's the processing? Leave it in the sun or something, salted, whatever. Microwave. Are they taking a break or are they done? I think they should just call it, yo. Call this shit for the week. Rat meat? Maybe. It tasted kind of weird and it had like a weird off taste. Something's wrong with that. Something's not right. I really wish we could see the defense. Go get this lady. The last 2 or 3 hours have been like a bit of a drag. It started out good today though. I mean, better than the other day, but I feel like we need to get some games going on for the chat or something. There's got to be some more options.
Okay.
Back already?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Farley, if you could take a look at these items and tell us whether these were collected by you that day, if this was some of that ammunition we were just speaking about.
Want me to open that? Yes, these were all collected the day we did that search.
Okay, and where were they collected from?
From the desk in the living room was the cabin that faced Moselle Road. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gun room, head stamp Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the desk in the living room of the cabin. One cartridge collected from the desk in the living room, head stamped Barnes 300 BLK. One cartridge from the desk in the living room, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK in the cabin. One cartridge collected from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B 300 AAC BLK. One cartridge from Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. One cartridge from the Winchester box on the bookshelf in the gunroom, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK. And one cartridge case, head stamped S&B AAC 300 BLK from the bookcase in the gunroom.
And all of those items items 147 through 161, which would be states 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 139, 138, 137, 136, 135, 134, 140, 141, and 142. State would move into evidence at this time.
Okay, yes, and without objection.
All right, and we have some additional cases that were found.
I wanted just what I wanted.
One unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gunroom, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
That will be states 149.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bench.
States 150.
One unfired shot shell, head stamped 12 gauge Federal from the red bin on the workshop bench.
Oh, they talk about Buster on HBO? They talk about Buster on HBO? I might watch the HBO special this weekend if I have time. I'll do another poll if you want to do body cam. There's 30% that want to watch them counting the numbers on the evidence tags and the stickers. Let me see. Let's see. I just
one
want to
unfired shot shell from the state box on book.
To me, it honestly, it doesn't seem like the prosecution's anywhere near done with this part. Like they're just, it's not. They're not even, I don't even think the prosecution's going to finish today. I don't even think they're barely scraping the surface. This lady should probably be like a 3-day witness. No, I'm exaggerating. Like a 2-day. Still exaggerating. Body cam. Hey, y'all wanted this shit. Y'all want to sit here and listen to bullshit? Listen to bullshit. That's what I'll do. Yeah. Yes, yes. 2,564 more to go. No, I think they maybe almost done. Some people out there. I don't know if people are trolling, but there's some people out there. They want this shit. I live for this.
One cartridge case, head stamped S&B 300 BLK from the Sable and Oak bag in the gunroom.
This
Put your vote in the chat.
126 is from the gun room.
On YouTube.
Okay.
One cartridge case, head stamped Hornady 300 BLK collected from black Ford F-150 under the driver's seat.
These tapes 127.
Play
This tape
both?
removes
No, there's
tapes
no way.
126 and 127.
So we
Into
got
evidence.
78% say yes.
State's exhibit 126.
What I could do is
300.
I could leave this video on the side muted and I'll keep an eye. I mean, if the defense gets to them, which I doubt because it doesn't seem like it's happening anytime soon. But if the defense does jump on it, then we can do it. But
127 is from the
to
black
me, there just
Ford.
hasn't really been anything. I mean, I might have not heard, but there hasn't been anything that significant. It's been a lot of opening up the stuff, and you know, she did mention. So what Samantha emailed me is said, did you notice how the prosecution witness said Alex clean and looked as though he had changed his clothes, but in the same breath, they're also saying his white t-shirt has blood splatter on it. I guess they're saying microscopic, or they're trying to. That's the one thing I don't understand when this lady was talking about, like it changes after a while. But they said there was like microscopic. I don't know. Also, this was close range shooting. He would have been covered in blood everywhere. He would have had to have shower, blow dry his hair, get all the evidence in a short span of 3 minutes.
These are magazines containing ammunition. One of them
245
contains 300 blackout ammunition collected from the shelf in the gunroom. And then the other one is a magazine.
All right, let's do the body count. So we got enough votes?
Cartridges.
74%.
300 blackout cartridges collected from the black Ford F-150.
Okay, so this item's collected from the black F-150. That truck was searched that day too?
There, it was, yes.
And where was that truck at?
If I remember correctly, it was in front of the residence.
It was a truck that was on the property?
Yes, it was on the property.
Was it on the property the night of the murders?
It might have been the one that was parked off away from the workshop.
Do you know why that truck was searched that day?
It was on the property, and the search.
And those items were found inside that vehicle?
Yes, one of these was.
Okay. And what is the other one?
That's from the shelf in the gunroom.
There's more evidence to be open. All right, I'm gonna leave it on the side. Let's do the body cam. This is like, I'm sorry, bro. Estoy tratando, pero tú sabes, ya tú sabes. So I'm gonna re-record this. I got it on the side. Let's see. Might as well just kill two birds with one stone, kind of, right? They're still open. For people that are concerned, she's opening more packages, okay? Okay. So let's do this, man. So they released, and thanks for Brian Enton posting this, because there's other places that they posted like 30-second snippets and 1 minute clips, and it was kind of ridiculous. Let's just get the whole thing. I can't stand when these people post things like that. I get what they're trying to do, but it's annoying. So let's start with part 1 of 5, Alex Murdaugh interrogation video after the murders, June 8th, 2021.
All right, sir. I left the house without my watch.
12:57.
Body language expert.
Just state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And spell your last name so I get it correct.
Murdaugh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdaugh?
May 27th, 1968.
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right, sir. And sir, what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen in Lower Rutland with Colleton County, and I'm with SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I
but,
understand.
yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem with it.
So just start at the top. Take your time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and you know, I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was.
Sorry.
And I could see his brain on. And I ran over to Maggie, and actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. You know, I tried to turn him over, and I don't know, I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I mean, I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both.
Okay.
I tried to take, I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, you know, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
Okay. What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things, yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir, not the, no, sir.
How about Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them and Maggie. Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house and went to my mom's for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there. So I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was gonna be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds.
Okay.
So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and called.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing over anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. How about yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How old is Paul?
22.
Okay. You know his date of birth?
I do. April 11th, 96 is his brother's. April 14th, 99 is Paul's.
Okay. The second part.
Full name?
Margaret Brandstetter Murdaugh.
And her date of birth, sir?
September 15th, 1968.
Have y'all been having any problems out here? Trespassers?
None
people
that
breaking in?
None that I know of. The only thing that what comes to my mind is my son Paul was in a boat wreck a couple years ago, and there's been he was charged with being arrested for being the driver. There's been a lot of negative publicity about that, and there's been a lot of people online just really vile stuff. But when Paul's out and about, I mean, people routinely, I don't think I know the full story, because I don't think they give it to me, but I mean, he's been punched and hit and just attacked a lot. So, but I mean, nothing like this.
Yeah. Any one person in particular or group of people?
I don't know.
That you could think of?
Not that I know, no, sir.
Has he, other than being assaulted, has he received any direct threats related to the boat accident?
Oh, yes. All the time he gets
recently?
Yes, sir. I mean, he gets them all the time.
Okay.
He gets them all the time.
What kind of, I'm
gonna kick your ass, know. I've never been privy firsthand,
Is that through social media or?
No, ma'am. It's mostly like if he goes out places is what he goes out like somewhere. He's in college, so if he goes out is what I understand. And I can find out better details from some of his younger friends on that.
Who's his best friend?
His best friend in Colombia is Will's Chapman, Will Loving, Bobby Boyle. Bobby Boyle, Will Chapman, and Paul were getting ready to move into a house together in Colombia.
You said Will Chapman and Will Loving?
Will's with an S, okay. Chapman, and Will with an L, Loving.
Okay.
Around here, his best friends are clearly Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Tootin? Nolan Tootin?
Yes, sir.
And what was the other one, I'm sorry?
Rogan Gibson.
Have you talked with any of these guys tonight?
Talked with Nolan, yes, sir.
Is he out here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I tried to call Rogan, was one of the people he's the boy that I told you lives around the corner.
Okay.
That's very you know, he's just a good, helpful young man. You mind if I open the door really quickly?
Go right ahead.
Where you going?
Do what you need to do.
Oh.
So is there anybody that you can think of that we need to talk to tonight? Is there a name that comes to mind?
I mean, I can't tell you anybody that I'm overly suspicious of off the top of my head.
Okay.
You know? I mean, this is such a stupid thing. I'm even embarrassed to say it. But it just didn't make any sense. I just hired a guy out here, and he wasn't cutting the mustard, but I hadn't told him this yet. Paul's been working with him a lot. He killed the sunflower seeds in our dove field just recently, which is why Paul was here doing this. He told Paul a story the other day about how when he was in high school, he got in a fight with some black guys.
Oh.
And the FBI undercover team observed him fighting those guys and put him on an undercover team with 3 Navy SEALs. And that their job was to kill radical Black Panthers. And they did that from Myrtle Beach to Savannah. Now, I really don't think this guy, you know, is probably the person, but that's just so friggin'.
Yeah, that's kind of far-fetched story.
It's weird, but he was off today.
Okay.
He took his daddy to the doctor.
What's his name?
C.B. Rowe.
R-O-W-E?
Yeah, and I sent him a message to text me earlier today about the sunflowers, and he called me back when I was on the way to my mom's house.
Did you talk to him at that time?
Briefly, I was on the phone with a lawyer friend of mine named Chris Wilson from Bamberg, so I told him I'd call him back tomorrow, see him in the morning.
When you briefly talked to Mr. Rowe, what was his demeanor or attitude? Or
I mean, it seemed normal. I mean, I asked him about the sunflowers, and so, you know, I mean, I'm sure he's a little bit.
Where does he live?
I don't exactly know. Somewhere in in Bronson.
Okay. Do you have his phone number?
I do.
You got it with you, please, sir?
I do.
I do feel like he got crazy eyes. Him and the other
but I
kid.
do think him and Paul got along pretty well. That's just really, really weird.
You ever seen people like that just all the time?
All right. CB.
So we're going to the next one. The trial ended for the day. I can tell you we didn't miss nothing. They didn't even get to the defense. All right. They're still opening packages and doing whatever with the unboxing stuff. They didn't miss nothing. I think Vic had said something earlier, but they're done for the day. I'm glad. I hope when they start back, they actually start the defense, hopefully. But this is so this should be 3 out of 5. Okay. We're gonna watch that next.
Here, I know he called me, so I'll go to that. Okay.
843-540-9335. You can get that phone on the charge, Alec, if you can.
Is that an iPhone?
Yes, sir.
Watch your leg for a second, please.
Thank you.
When did he tell that story to Paul?
Sometime last week.
Okay.
Sometime last week. My son Paul actually, and I really do not think, in all honesty, that it's him, but I know y'all got to check it out. But Paul was so taken aback by it.
And they all
that he
sick in there.
sent, I'll find it. I got it on my phone. He recorded him saying bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
No.
Let's see it. We're gonna see that in trial. What's those bits and pieces?
But for all his weirdness, I mean, I do think they they got along pretty good.
How long had he been working here?
I guess about 3 or 4 pay periods, so 8 weeks, a couple months.
Okay. Going back to the boat incident, anybody on that boat really have a hard-on for Paul that you would think would come after him, or know of any direct threats from people on the boat?
I don't know of any direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip-yap between a couple of them, but not recently.
Okay.
Most of this was stuff from people that Paul didn't really know.
Okay.
It was some people that he knew distantly, but more times than not, when I learned about it, it was somebody that he didn't know.
Okay.
It's like, for example, he went out in Charleston a couple months ago, came back, he got a black eye. And, he can't defend himself right now because he has these charges. So, Paul was a real tough man's man. He would just...
He would defend himself, but he hadn't been...
That's right, but...
How was he handling that case, looming over everybody?
As far as what?
How was he handling it?
I've never been prouder of him than the way he has handled the pressures and the adversity in that situation. I think I've told Danny that before. I mean, Paul is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful kid. He can do almost anything. He gets along with almost anybody.
Do y'all store any weapons out here?
We don't store them, but they're frequently out here. I need to find out if there were any out here, because I know there was a shotgun. There was a 12-gauge shotgun out here. I'll have to find out exactly when that was. I think it got put up, but I'm not positive.
What did that shotgun look like?
It was a camouflage. I want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is. But I don't think it was out here recently. But I'm not positive.
And the shotgun that you had when deputies pulled up, where did that come from?
I went to the house and I got a gun. Probably overreacting, but...
And was that when you pulled up and saw them?
No, I came out and, I called 911 first. Talked to them for a little while, and then I told her.
You told her?
That I was going to go to the house.
Okay.
And that I would let authorities know when they got here that I had a gun.
Okay. Do you happen to have a list of all your guns?
I can make one. I don't have one, but I can make one.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, so we could compare if that shotgun was out here and now it's missing.
Absolutely.
Try to figure that out.
No, absolutely.
And I know living out here in the country, you probably have more than one or two.
We do. We probably have 20, 25 guns.
Yeah, shotguns, rifles.
Pistols.
Any rifles?
Yes, sir.
What kind of rifles?
All kinds.
Yeah.
All kinds. I mean, you name it, across the board, we have them.
Okay.
And I mean, all of them we have are, in a hunting room in our house.
Odd in there. Tension.
What was their schedule today? When did they get home?
My son works for my brother, and he was coming home to deal with the sunflowers.
This is 4 or 5.
Here. He got here pretty early because he and I rode around looking at everything for a good little while. Probably 45 minutes to an hour. Maggie had things she did in Charleston, and she had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And she got back here. It was fairly late.
Was it dark yet when Paul got home?
No, Paul got home early.
Early, okay. So before dinner time? Before
Oh, yes, ma'am.
lunchtime? Or?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
What brother does Paul work for?
John Marvin.
And what does Paul do for him?
Everything.
Just handyman?
Yes, sir.
Cesspool in that car.
Was it unusual for Maggie to feed the dogs this time of night or check on them?
Oh, no. I mean, she played with those dogs all the time. And it's especially common for her to, she's been gone for a while, to come and let especially 2 of them out to run.
Okay, so she pretty regularly comes out here in the evenings?
Very regularly.
Okay.
She comes out here a lot.
Do you have any cameras on your property?
I have deer cameras, but none, around up here
Where are they at?
on different deer stands.
Okay, so deep in the woods.
Well, not necessarily deep in the woods. Some of them are in fields and
Okay.
but there's none that are near here.
Okay.
What doctor did Maggie see today?
I forget the guy's name. Maggie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of him, and I can't. I want to say Gordine
Okay.
is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do today? Were you at the office or?
Nope, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, 25, 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She had said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
Around what time was that?
What time was what?
That you sent her a text message?
I texted her at 9:08, going to check on M, be right back. And then I texted her at 9:47. That must be when I started to come back. I think I called her before that, but let me make sure. Pretty sure that I called her 9:45, and then I tried Paul, and then no, I think that was riding. I think that might have been riding over there. $10:03. I mean, my calls are right here.
Yeah.
So, obviously this is when I, at 10:06, can I have a piece of that gum?
Yes, sir.
What do you need gum for?
Thank you.
Man, he putting like 5 of them shits in there. Boom. Damn.
Anybody else want some gum?
No, sorry.
You guys need an antiviral in that bitch over there.
I don't need it.
You guys are coughing and hacking a lung in there.
Behind Danny's head is a case of water.
It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I got some right
Antibacterial
here.
in there.
Well, thank you.
Damn.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm sure we're going to have much more questions.
I'm available at, you let me know.
Damn, bro. I don't know what to think. All right, we got one more here.
What,
a gang of gum through in his mouth.
What's another number in case I can't get you on your cell?
I don't have a house phone.
Okay.
My office number. I can give you my brother's cell phones.
All right. What's Randy's?
Okay, Randy's is 803-943.
They didn't blur it out, too.
8881.
Yeah.
And John's?
John Marvin's is 843-321-5508.
They usually redact that.
And you said your dad's in the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Which hospital? Charleston or
Savannah, Candler, St. Joseph's.
Is he doing okay, or what's?
He's having a really, really hard time. He's got a lot going on. Okay. He's doing okay given everything, but he's got a lot going on.
About Maggie's family, where are they?
Somerville.
Have you been in touch with them tonight?
Contacted, yes. I had my brother call Bart, the wife of his sister, and the husband of Maggie's sister, so that they could go and tell Maggie's parents. I felt like they needed to hear it in person, and they are going there and calling me. So they must not be there yet.
Maggie's parents in Somerville?
Yes, and her mom just had a knee replacement surgery, and her dad really has trouble getting around nowadays.
You have any other children?
I do. I have a 24-year-old.
That's right, you said. What's his name?
Buster. Well, Richard Alexander Jr.
Okay. He goes by Buster.
He goes by Buster.
Buster.
Is he here tonight?
He's on his way.
Okay. Laura, you got anything?
This one's hard, but when you first saw Paul, you said you tried to flip him over. Was he laying on his back or on his stomach?
Just like he is.
Just like he is. So you weren't able to move him. Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did he help Maggie a lot out here with the animals?
He helped everybody with everything.
Okay, so it was kind of routine for him to be out here as well in the evening?
This place is his absolute passion.
Okay.
I tried to turn him, and then I checked him, and I think I already knew, but I checked him.
And when you first pulled into the property, did you come from this direction where all our police cars are, or which way did you come in?
I went to the house.
Okay.
And then I came from the house
This way?
straight here, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, where my vehicle was parked is probably...
Is where it was, okay.
Well, no, maybe not exactly, but it was pretty close, because I came back the same route.
That's right, because you went back to get your shotgun.
When I came back.
He's doing that same bobbing thing.
All right. I can't think of anything else right now, but we'll certainly be in touch.
Thank y'all for everything y'all are doing.
Yes, sir. So, just to kind of let you know what's going to go on, we're going to be out here for quite some time. The coroner will take custody of Paul and Maggie.
Can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. What? No, we're finished. Let me come out. Well, I'll be here when he gets here. No, don't let him come up here. Okay, yeah. I think we're about done. All right, thank you. So, I'm sorry.
Buster.
That was quick.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I dropped my card.
We'll get you one.
Sorry.
I'll get you one.
Here you go.
Thank you.
So the coroner will come over and talk to you. They'll do the autopsy and everything, and then go from there.
Thank you.
But we'll come see you before we leave.
Thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Rutland.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
I think that's the attorney back there, this guy. And these are the cops or whatever. SLED or whatever they call them. Damn, the hell was that?
Thank you very much.
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
There's the green khakis. The subject of debate today in the courtroom. Khakis, green, blah, blah, blah. It might be just regular green shorts, but... That's not his phone, right? In his phone? What's up? That's the cop's phone, I guess.
Thank you very much.
Well...
Here, you want this water?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Alright, so yeah, thank you guys for watching that with me. I'm probably going to drop that soon, a little bit. I repost it. I don't know if people will watch it, but... And thanks for N10 and BL and for sending me that information. So the trial ended, okay? Trial ended. And let me do the poll for today too. Y'all want to continue this shit? I think we have to, but I don't know. Be back on Monday for this. Let's see. Continue. What about the Idaho 4? Yeah, I think what is it? Somebody requested for the do they call it? They requested for the discovery or whatever. I mean, that's procedural, right? I don't know if they're gonna actually let us see what's on there. I don't think it's gonna. I mean, I could be wrong though. I don't know. They're not gonna actually release the stuff. How you guys feeling? 96%. Make sure you vote in the chat. What else? We got anything else to talk about? Do we got anything else?
Here.
Do we? Alec Murdaugh. So is it Murdaugh or is it Alec Murdaugh? Which one is it? Which is the one they're saying being mispronounced? Is it Alec or Murdaugh? Diggs texted me this morning telling me. Let's see. Oh, and I gotta get all the super chats too. We need some music or something. I feel like I just need something to like get me up, wake me up. You go back to the gym or something. So, oh yeah, somebody posted on Twitter. By the way, it's Murdaugh. Why would I pronounce Murdaugh? I feel like I made a little rant to Diggs. I really feel like there's people out there that have the need to always feel special and shit. So they just want to make up their own pronunciations from everything that we've been taught. I'm not the best reader or anything like that, right? People make up shit in their head and they want to go their entire lives correcting people for what we're sounding out. How the hell? Let me get the tweet. It's Murdaugh. Excuse me. Murdaugh. My entire life, I'm just going to go correcting people. I feel good correcting people. No, iCkEdMeL, actually, the something silent and the G's pronounces a C all of a sudden. And you didn't know that? It's always something like that, right? It's Murdaugh. Make sure you get the alleged killer's name correct. It's offensive. Who came up with that? Is there something I'm missing? Is it from another language or something like that? Are they trying to distance themselves from their last name sounding like murder? And so Murdaugh sounds like a better alternative. By the way, it's Murdaugh. How? Where the hell am I seeing that this is supposed to be pronounced as Murdaugh? I'd like to know. What's the English majors at? Because they always here to correct me and shit. It's Murdaugh. That's how Dr. Phil was saying it. It was pronounced. I think a lot of people thought it was Murdaugh, myself included. Thanks for clarifying since Dick doesn't. That's what? Clarifying since Dick doesn't. At least he's aware nobody's on the same page how to pronounce his name. I'll give him that. Scottish? People saying he's Scottish? I just think they want to get away from the murder sounding name. Now that this whole trial, trying to get the jurors to, disassociate with murder from Murdaugh and murder, 2 and 2, so it must be he's a murderer, right? Allegedly. But I was ranting this morning a little bit on that. I don't know what else, man. We made it. We survived. I want to do a little video to post to YouTube. I'm going to take a little break, but I might take a look and see about this other situation in Tennessee that they might go crazy. People are upset, and I'm not saying they're wrong. Probably rightfully so, because I hear it's horrendous what happened in that video. I haven't watched it myself. I'm kind of like, ugh. Do I really want to watch it? Because I hear it's bad. It's like they say it's worse than Rodney King. I think that's the name. They say like the worst police brutality thing in history. In history. That's how bad they're saying this thing is. %91 say we continue the trial. All right. All right, we'll be back. So that doesn't mean I'm gonna be gone the whole weekend, but I'm gonna post a little video in a bit. Gonna chill, and you're right, Hoax. Ronnie survived. So I think later tonight I just need a little break, but I'm gonna gather some information and see. They said this beating was like really, really, really bad. What happened to this guy? And this guy passed away, and it was it was, I think it was, they said 5 black cops. And Ben Crump is on it. And the reason I say it is just because, it's it's like a focus on like white cops, but this time it's actually, it's crazy. And it's bad. Like I heard that the guys are crying for help. Not crying. I don't know what happened. I haven't listened to it myself, but like he asked for his mother and he was just trying to reason with them. And they just kept Streamlabs. Yeah. I'll let you guys know on Discord. I'll tag you. I'm gonna have to like take a quick look at the video too. I don't know if it's come out yet. The riots might be fun to cover. It might be interesting to cover if there's riots and stuff. I'm sure it'll get demonetized, but it might not be a bad thing to kind of hang out later or over the weekend sometime. I don't even know if we can. That's why I'm gonna have to check out the video. I don't know if it's even gonna be able to. Is it even streamable? I heard the video's not out yet. It's coming out later, and you should wait for me. You shouldn't watch it on your own. I wait for you guys. It released at 6 p.m. Eastern. Damn, so I don't got much time. Yeah, we haven't done the lives, those live calls in a bit. Riots 11 p.m. minimum. It's probably gonna be crazy tonight. It's probably gonna be pretty wild. I mean, they said those places are on red alert. Let me get the super chats too before I forget. And I turned off the alerts by accident. So as not by accident, I turned it off for the video watching. But let me just go back a little bit. And again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I feel like I mentally and physically I did a little bit better today. Towards the end, it was rough as hell, but I did better than yesterday. And I'm just going to try to focus at night to get some good sleep. And I think the workout routine today helped out, like getting a little bit of exercise in the morning. Did I do this right? Okay. CY's Life, thank you so much for the super chat from earlier. Let's send Mel some love to come back to hands down my favorite YouTube channel. Thank you, Chrissy B. Party over, guys. Time to clean up before Mel gets back. Thanks, Chrissy. Laura Roten. Thanks, Mel. Have they suggested how they got to the dog kennel area yet? That is very suspect to me. I'm not sure if they have. I thought that Alex had said that they were supposed to. I don't know why they both ended up around that area. I thought he had said, maybe someone in the chat can say, that they were supposed to go there to do whatever, they were supposed to be in that area. I don't know. Janice, thank you for the 2-month membership. How are you, Mel? You look tired. I'm logging in from the UK. Amazing. Well done, and thank you for all you do. Thanks. Kitty, thanks for streaming this, Mel. Super anxious about Tyree video being released. Supposedly 6 Eastern. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to try to get off real soon then so we can... I'm going to glance at it, and then we'll see if we can cover it. The Wilson Dallas, thanks for what you do. Thanks, man. Thank you for the 7-month membership. Amethyst, thank you for the super chat. Victoria, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Lynn Kate, thanks for the super chat. Giselle, for your daughters, Mel. She's such a good girl. She's amazing. She's amazing. Thank you. And Linda, thank you for becoming a member. Tyree Nichols. Now somebody's saying 7 p.m. I thought it was 6 p.m. Now they're saying 7 p.m. Okay, I'm gonna go with BL says 7 p.m. So we got some time. Yeah, I just need a tiny little bit of downtime, and we'll see. I want to glance at that video first. I don't want to just put it out there. We'll see what happens. All right. I don't know about the riots. Probably after that. Excuse me. Probably I'm on some Alex shit. Probably after that video comes out there might be some riots once people see it. I'm sure there's probably gonna be a lot of frustration. I don't know. So, all right, guys. We'll see what happens. I'll probably be back in a little bit. And thank you, Sandra, for this PayPal. I gotta check PayPal. Thanks for the PayPal. Hi, good daddy. This is for Valentine's Day. Thank you so much. I'm gonna check. Yeah, I got something the other day too, and I forgot to check. Oh, and Lola, thank you so much. The other day you sent me a PayPal. Says, great show tonight. Wish I could send more thanks. No, thank you. Appreciate that. Amazing. All right, so yeah, we'll take a little break. Release. I'm reading this person's message. Relax. Why they released the video so late? I don't know. I got no idea. No, they said 6 Eastern unless it changed. Mel, it's 6. Mel, it's 7. No, it's 6. It's 7. It's 7. No, it's 6. No. All right, love you guys. Bye.